and I remember it having two large grandfather
I don't know
fangs.
where you found that
It was
thumbnail,
hunched over,
Lindsay, but that thumbnail
head
looks
on one
great on the
side,
live stream.
with
It
strong
really
hands
does.
but large claws that seemed to not even
I
fit
just
on
did a
him.
Google search.
The creature
Well,
never
the
seemed to
hopping
fear
out,
me,
like it feels like
and because it was like a
Minecraft.
horror
That's how
movie,
Minecraft
or
feels.
even a science fiction movie. It's like an experiment that was gone wrong. If I had to try and piece together in the animal kingdom, I would say it kind of reminded me of a tiny human mixed with a naked lowrat, mixed with a gray alien. Not descriptions I could test for justice.
All right, I'm gonna
What I'm
sit here
trying
and
to
get
give you
high.
somewhat of an idea,
Listen to my
because
boy,
there's never been
listen
an accurate
beneath.
picture
He ain't
or
my boy because I don't
representation of this
know him,
thing.
but
If this is truly what it
you
truly
know,
is, or what our
we both
father
go
and
shoot
Lucy and
crossbows
Genesis
at the
would have
Loch Ness
believed it
monster
was.
together. You know how it goes.
At the time, I remembered
Mm-hmm.
the Chupacabra.
Every motherfucker who
I
likes the
just thought it was
Spooky
some sort
Doo
of
is a
creature that was
Spooky Doo
preying on our
asshole
lives
nerd.
now.
We're all together in the
Every
same boat.
night, it would just keep coming back for more and
This
more
guy
and
tells
more.
this guy tells a good
My
story. He's
father
good
had
at
shot at it
pacing.
multiple times, swearing, doing
He
everything he
must
could to
re-edit the
try and ward
stories
it
people
off,
that set people
but it
send him
just
to
kept
make them a
coming
little
back.
better. That's his
There
shtick.
were even times where I swear he hit it right in the back of the head with his gun, but it didn't even budge. It would just run on. When it would run, I remember it running on all fours, but when it would stand or walk around, it was only on two. The thing was freaky looking. That's all I remember. Being 13, I don't have as many memories as I wish I would of it. Or maybe I don't wish. Things got so serious to the point to where my father worked some sort of deal out with some men who were apparently a part of the mafia or cartel or some gang. Because at nighttime, he would get 3 or 4
Nighttime.
armed guards walking around the premises. It scared me and my mother. Not only was this
Scared
creature
you?
a
That should make
reoccurring
you feel
visitor,
safe as a
but now
motherfucker. You
we
got
had cartel
motherfuckers
members
who are
dying
trained to
small by the hundred.
motherfucking kill.
My father didn't have any money,
Protecting you.
and I didn't feel like he was in any position to be gambling with men like that. For all I know, he probably put my mother and I up as collateral in case he couldn't pay them. Which, by the way, I don't know how he ever hired them in the first place. The only thing I really knew is that he had friends in higher places, but to the extent of that, I was never sure. My dad was kind of a
Lindsay, did you
man who
go
was
through the
always
free skins
incognito,
section?
especially with
Because
his
there's
Oh,
family.
no,
so
I
many. I
haven't done
didn't
that
even
yet.
After
download
a
them
month or
all. There's
two,
so many.
the sightings ceased, and the men stopped coming
I'm
around.
dressing as
So I
Donatello
want to
now.
say it was only maybe 6 weeks, really, that this happened.
Because Donatello does
Life
machines,
ended up going
and
back
quite
to normal
frankly, so
after
do
some
I.
time. And fast forward, I eventually moved away for college and stayed moved out of the state. My parents still live there though,
Donatello does
still own the house and are
machines!
selling it.
Mutant
My dad
Ninja
doesn't want me to
Turtles.
talk
See, I
about it,
made these
and I
machines.
haven't
See?
asked about it in a long
So
time.
I actually
But it
do
has probably
machines.
been left for dead, or so I heard.
What?
What? Lindsay's
What?
like, fuck you, you're drunk.
So I'm being lazy because I got some crazy stuff to talk to you
I'm
about.
dressed like a Ninja
All of my
Turtle, I
family owns a
drinking.
ranch, and they're
Teenage
selling it
Mutant
and
Ninja
moving up here to
drinking.
the east to start over.
Michelangelo was a
Why is
party
that a big
animal.
deal? Because they've had that
Ludo.
ranch for over 20 years, and you'll never believe what is going on over there. They're finding their animals dead, with the blood sucked out of their necks. I kid you not. They are panicked so much that they're moving their operations from West Texas to out here in New York State. I don't know what kind of animals they have or what animals they raise, but I know they have lost over 17 of their horses from this same creature. My uncle, who's a firm believer in Bigfoot, considering that he's had 3 to 4 accounts of his own which are terrifying, I'll have to get him to send me the stories. He's seen this creature, and luckily for him, he's a huge cryptozoology guy, so he knows firsthand what he's dealing with. He knows that this is a chupacabra, based on what he has seen himself and the research he has done in the past. He has tried killing this thing with traps, bullets, you name it. Nothing seems to stop it. And it's already claimed over 17 of their horses, as I just told you. And this creature is getting more and more hostile, venturing
Fucking
further and closer
hostile!
to his family. He was very
What?
prideful at first, claiming he wasn't going to let it take over. But after losing
Grow!
so many and risking so much, He's now really starting to see the big picture.
Dude, I can't sit here all day. I can't. I don't have the patience.
I wish I had more to include for you, but it's the only thing I know.
Whoa!
And he's
What's
the only
this?
person I know that's actually dealing with a first-hand account
Oh, this.
of a real
Oh,
life
yeah!
experience.
That pool. Okay. Oh, good.
It's a
It
great
looks like it
night tonight.
was.
In the midst of all the cruelty and craziness, I saw a very bizarre creature that I never would have imagined to
That's
see something
missing
like
one clay block.
this. This was
On
not
it.
just a
Do I
pretty
have one?
kind of fire and thick
No.
flame
Okay.
walls. This was around the Sam Rayburn Lake in Texas. I rightfully decided to take some time and hike around because I was just getting far too stir crazy. Being at home with COVID and everything. I had a full plan to set up a tent and everything after the sun had gone down. It wasn't totally pitch black yet, but it was getting there.
Maybe out there want to
Lack of
play, just
visibility
say,
had
hey,
gotten far more poor,
we'd like to come
and
in.
that's when I
Not an
began to hear something
asshole.
around me.
Not a
Poking
griefer.
its head out
That'd be great.
from the thicker brush,
Come on
about
in.
50 feet
Join the
away, was a
party.
face that I couldn't quite
Join the
discern right
party, we
away,
let you in.
but then realized quickly that it was not human. It had very large black eyes, and then it opened its mouth and revealed its sharp teeth and what appeared to be oversized canine fangs. That's when it jumped out of the brush on all fours and took off in the opposite direction. I only saw the body momentarily, but it was weird looking. It had a large alien head, because that's what came in mind at the time. But the body was like that of a hairless cat. By the way, if you have ever seen that breed of cat, they're hideous, at least in my opinion. The body reminded me of a cat. Even the way it moved was very feline-like. But again, no hair. It had dark gray mangy skin. It was hard to get a vivid and full accurate details of everything on this thing, because it was so quick. It was there and then it wasn't. But I did see its face without a doubt. Enough time that I could remember the important details. It started off with me feeling the watch before it ever stuck its head out. So I'm assuming that it was walking through the area and happened to watch me before it ever revealed itself. I don't know if its intent was to reveal itself to me, or if it just happened to be looking and scouting and seeing its face peering at me through the brush. While I was shaking momentarily, because I had no idea what it was that I had just encountered, it didn't veer me away from leaving. I left the next day, with plenty of time to go over the scenario in my head and what I saw. I do believe that what I saw was a creature I'd never seen before, and I'm terrible at making up stories, so this is my actual account of what happened. You seem to be the expert on creatures that are in the unknown category, so I'll let you explain to me what it is I saw. I saw something that really alarmed me on the night of October 16th.
Hey, do you want to go on a walkabout?
It looked like a dog
Sure.
or a wolf. It was on its hind legs, kind of leaning up against the tree. When I saw it, it had stepped over a 4-foot barbed wire fence with incredible ease, then quickly put itself up against the tree as to stay hidden and remain out of view. But I got a good look at it. This thing was busted. I saw it.
This
But
thing
its
was
white ears,
busted,
dark
bitch.
in color, and was the overall shape of a werewolf. I got a good look at it for about 2 minutes, until it climbed up into the tree. Then, it leapt right out of the tree and ran off. I had just stepped outside to go chop up some firewood and get some kindling, when that was outside, waiting for me. I must have startled it, which is why it tried to hide itself. At the time, I had no idea what I was looking at, but it didn't feel right. I knew right away from the look of it that it was not a natural creature of this very world. I know that whatever I saw scared me so badly that I stayed inside all night. Then, a couple of weeks later, I went on vacation with my family at the Gulliver Lake, Michigan. It's in the Upper Peninsula. I and my brother would usually take a walk after dinner time. We came across a pond that was very thick with berries and bramble. We stopped to look at them for a while, and then decided to go walk back shortly thereafter. As we're headed back to the house, we saw a very large man-like thing standing on a tree. I thought it was a bear standing on its hind legs at first, but this was much larger. It had what appeared to be a large snout on its face, hence why I thought it was a bear at first. We just left the area shortly after that. My brother and I had zero plans to stick around to see what would happen. Over the course of my time in the state of Michigan, I had witnessed two different types of dogmen, a creature I heard so much about living in a state, and which I never saw until the year 2016. In a 3-week time span, I saw two different variants of the same creature. At the time, I didn't even know there was such a thing as dogman variants. But after listening to Vic Cundiff's Dogman Encounter show, that's where I learned that there are different types. And I'm thankful that in both situations these creatures never seemed to notice my presence, because had they did, who knows if they would have tried to strike.
I ain't gonna lie, I just ordered fast food. Lindsay, yell at me, please.
Jesse, you bad, 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 bad boy.
It's gonna
It's
taste good though, and I'm hungry and I'm
lot
drunk.
of calories, lot of
It is a lot of
calories.
calories. I'm gonna be fat. I'm already fat though, so like extra fat. Yeah, that's great. Isn't that stupid?
Yeah, I had that exact same mindset, and
I gotta
then
starve myself before Thanksgiving to make it worthwhile. I really do. But not tonight, son. Tonight I'm gonna get drunk and I'm gonna eat fast food and I'm gonna play Minecraft all day. And go blah.
the hell?
I'm gonna eat. It's like Rick and Morty. We eat so much fucking ass. That's gonna be.
Yeah, and then you're gonna puke it up, and then you're gonna be like, I
I'm gonna
can't
puke
believe
up
I
the
did
ass. Yeah.
that.
Oh, I know. I know it. Done it before. Ain't nothing new.
It's like I get drunk enough just from
Yo, hit a bed.
feeling
I ain't
good.
slept in days in this game.
Yes, it might be a good idea.
I'm gonna go piss yet again. Yo, don't sleep in this yellow bed. Every time I spawn, I land in this fucking compost heap. I'm
How do
hoping that
you
doesn't
land in
fuck
a
up a villager. Honestly, I'm hoping that doesn't fuck with a villager.
Well, it's kind of like, hoping that the stonecutter doesn't cut your head off if you turn to the right. But somehow
Yo,
that's
do you have any
fine.
cobblestone, Lindsay?
Here's some.
Give me everything, please.
That's all I have.
That's it, huh?
Yup.
Yo, go in your usual mine, please, and go mine some. Just mine me a couple of stacks of cobblestone so I can finish this
Alright.
farm or enclosure or whatever it is.
Uh-huh.
Plus, this drown, this motherfucker had to be This motherfucker been paddling. Yo, this drown is paddling this boat. Yo, he was over here, then he was over here by me. Now he's down here. This motherfucker be paddling. This motherfucker be paddling this boat. I love it. I love it. I do. I really do. I love it. Can't keep a motherfucker down. You just can't. You just cannot. I only got like 30 fucking tinted glass, yo. I'm gonna waste the entire thing of amethyst shards we found. So do not lose a spyglass if you take it out.
I wasn't planning on taking it out.
Well, we will talk about when we take it out first. How about that?
Okay,
Like,
okay.
we're going on blah 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 blah.
Uh-huh.
I ordered fucking fast food like a piece of shit on the.
Well, sometimes when you're
I'm
drunk.
hungry. Speaking of, I gotta get really drunk. Justify what I just did, right? Mm. I was really, really drunk. That's why I did it. Not because I don't like enjoy it. It tastes good. These bastards, I know. They got you by the fucking horsey ears. Wow, this
The
ain't enough cobblestone to do dick.
fuck?
Now go in your usual spot, Lindsay, and just go dig a tunnel where you're just getting cobble. I just need cobblestone. That's it. That's all I need in my life is more cobblestone. Plus that chef these chefs to start playing this game. That's what I need. I feel like we're 2 out of 3. We're not firing all cylinders here. This shit is ugly. We gotta expand this shit. We do. We goddamn do. What the hell we do?
Alright. Oh, you know what? We'll clear this out too. Jesus Christ, this diamond pickaxe is fast. With that cobblestone, it's like boom, boom, like.
No, whoa, don't use it for that, dude. You use your fucking stone pickaxes. Use that for your fucking iron pickaxe needs.
Ah, okay. So
Yeah,
iron.
don't just use it up because diamonds are hard to find. I'm gonna be up
Okay.
till well tomorrow. I got more than enough fucking weed to last a week for a normal person. I'm good to go. And then
Mhm.
I want to get this whatever Mexican weird. What the fuck is this thing?
What thing?
Actually,
Ooh. Whoa. Okay. Gravel. Hmm.
Thursday night football.
fits all.
In Aztec mythology, the legend of the 5 suns is the creation myth of our world. The dawning of the 5th sun brought about the era in which humans were created, and is the era in which we currently live. According to the myth, this sun was created by the gods, but was not able to move across the sky. That is, not without the nourishment of sacrifice. The gods themselves were the first to be sacrificed to the sun, setting the tradition of human sacrifice that the Aztecs would later follow. The god Xolotl, however, did not want to be sacrificed. To evade detection, he changed himself into other forms. First, the maize plant, then the agave plant, and finally the water monster, the axolotl. When he was found, his brother Quetzalcoatl spared his life, but banished him to live forever in darkness as an axolotl. Today, this water monster is believed to still hold the spirit of a god. Axolotls are a type of salamander found only in the area of Lake Xochimilco, outside Mexico City, near the ancient capital of the Aztecs, Tenochtitlan. And beyond their spiritual ties, axolotls are unlike any other salamander. They live permanently in the water, and in fact live permanently in their juvenile form.
They're so cute too.
A forever tadpole, and on top of its age-defying
You
ability,
Google images of them and it's like, little salamanders
from missing
with
legs,
like little feathery antlers. Fucking Wolverine, bitch.
Axolotl
Sorry,
becomes central to
I was
our
pissing
understanding of
Lindsay.
how our own organs develop and function. Its unique physiology holding the answers to many of
Where
our
we
most
at here?
pressing biological questions.
I'm gathering
And
cobblestone
now,
for
we're
you,
able to crack the
sweets.
code of
So,
regenerating superpowers to one day be able to harness them for ourselves. With only a few hundred kilometers of waterways that remain of its natural habitat, the axolotl is on the brink of total annihilation in the wild, and the time to unlock these mysteries is running out. Why is the axolotl so different from every
I
other
got a stack
vertebrate?
of dirt to make
What
into
is it
clay.
exactly
is this
about
another
its very
cavern?
unusual physiology
Yeah,
that
what
makes
is
them the
this?
most important amphibian known to
I love
science?
documentaries so much.
Yeah, they're cool.
It's so much better than stupidity.
Axolotls are members of the Tiger salamander species complex, and they
Makes
evolved
sense.
relatively recently compared to other salamander species in the region.
Interesting.
They grow to be about 23 centimeters long and come in a variety of colors.
That's
And
pretty
unlike
big,
almost all
actually.
other salamanders,
Uh-huh.
they are neotenic, meaning that they keep juvenile characteristics into adulthood.
It's interesting that salamanders are amphibians.
For everybody,
Then,
whoever
this means
wonders
they
what that
remain
ticking
intact,
sound is when I
never
run up the
venturing onto
tower,
land.
that
They
weird
keep their
clicky sound,
external
it's all of
feathery
their
gills and
toenails.
tail fins, and they
It's
lack
all these
movable
chickens'
eyelids.
feet.
I was wondering, like, it
It's all
happens on
the
my
chicken
side
feet. It's
too.
all the
It,
chicken feet.
oh my god, it's like click, 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 click. I'm just like,
Now,
jeez.
Lindsay,
The
please,
larvae
when you
of the
go to the
unknown
chicken
type of
machine, don't get your
salamander.
chicken from the chest.
That is until
Look at the
6 months
hoppers.
later, when he
Because
suspects
the
them,
hoppers are
they have
usually backed
expectedly
up. So look at the
reproduced.
hoppers
Uh,
first.
And because the
They
adult
are
stage
not
of
backed up,
uh,
which
development is
makes me feel
defined by
good.
sexual maturity, these
what
reproducing
is
axolotls
this?
had to be adults. Just how strange the axolotl is was only beginning to be revealed. Overall, retaining juvenile traits seems like a cute, but weird thing to happen in nature. At first glance, it looks like a whole species that's had its growth permanently stunted. But although axolotls are one of the only salamanders to stay in their juvenile form, other salamanders from the region can sometimes be found doing the same thing, with some individuals staying in the water for their whole lives. At first, naturalists didn't know what to make of this phenomenon, but looking at where these salamanders lived started to give a clue as to why this may be selected for in nature. All of the Mexican lakes where they are found have a few key things in common. First, they are all large, relatively permanent bodies of water. At least they used to be before human intervention. Second, the lakes are surrounded by desert, and in many cases are the only permanent body of water in the region. And third, all of these lakes historically did not have any large predatory fish. The salamanders in these lakes sometimes or always fail to mature into adulthood, Because these lakes are the only suitable habitat in the midst of a harsh and dry terrestrial environment. Salamanders normally metamorphose to take advantage of both water and land, but only if the land is somewhat damp. But staying in the water forever is a strategy that only works with no major predators lurking beneath the surface, along with certain pH, temperature, and altitude requirements. These Mexican lakes just happen to completely fit the bill, giving the salamanders a unique ability to thrive there. For a while, it was thought that the axolotl always fails to undergo metamorphosis, that its neoteny is a permanent feature of its biology. While this may be true most of the time, it isn't true all of the time, as French zoologist Dumeril learned in 1865, when he was given an even bigger surprise from his axolotl specimens. To his shock, some of the individuals in his care transformed into their adult land-living form. They looked sort of like tiger salamanders, but different enough to still be considered their own unique species. Dumeril searched the rest of his life for an explanation of why these axolotls transformed, but died before he ever got the answer. But in the early 1900s, the transformation of the axolotl again came to the front of research interests. During this time, researchers were narrowing in on thyroid gland tissue as a mechanism for amphibian metamorphosis, and the axolotl was the most suited animal to clearly demonstrate its effect. When axolotls were fed thyroid tissue from livestock, the axolotls would metamorphose, losing their external gills, shedding their larval skin, and venturing onto land. Basically, thyroid tissue is a real-life moonstone for the axolotl. In other instances, axolotls can transform when forced to breathe air, but this is stressful on the animal and takes much longer. However, it may be why some in captivity have unexpectedly metamorphosed. The discovery of transforming axolotls played a central role in the road to our understanding of thyroid hormones like thyroxine, which was first isolated in 1915 and synthesized in 1926. This marked the beginning of what would become the axolotl's immense contribution to medical research.
Coming in, all new Pizza Hut $7 deal on its menu because it's only a deal if you love it.
It is something we do if you love it. That's true.
All organisms have some level of regenerative abilities. For some animals, regeneration is just a part of life. Flatworms and hydras can regenerate their whole bodies, even from a tiny piece of their original cells. Starfish, octopuses, or even crabs can lose an arm and grow it back without much of a problem.
That's
But
cool.
these animals all have something in common. They're all invertebrates. Invertebrates like
Also,
us,
I am
regeneration
high.
is pretty much limited to regrowing skin or
And
scar
that's
tissue
cool.
over a wound. Except for our liver, we can't regrow our organs,
Shit.
nor our limbs. In fact,
My
only
I used to
fucking
go
one
on the
lighter.
vertebrate
ship
can
back. That was
regenerate much
easy.
beyond what we can.
My
That is,
lighter.
except for the axolotl and the other members of the salamander order. The only other
Axolotl.
vertebrates that can regrow limbs are frogs, but frogs lose the ability once they fully turn into their adult form.
Good thing I got
The
this other
axolotl
lighter,
retains its
Jesus.
regeneration ability throughout its entire life. The way an axolotl regrows a limb begins with the limb's surviving cells. Once the limb has been severed or
Holy
lost,
shit, that's a lot
blood
of smoke.
clot rapidly stops the bleeding at the cut, and a layer of cells covers the area of amputation. This part is not so different from the way we would heal. Then, over the next few days, the cells underneath the epidermis begin to rapidly divide, forming a cone-shaped structure known as a blastema, also called the regeneration bud. The blastema is what holds the key to regeneration. It's where regular bone, cartilage, or muscle cells de-differentiate, meaning they lose their identity and transform back into stem cells. Slowly, they start reforming bone, skin, and veins. Much like stem cells would do when the animal is first developing in its
Okay,
egg.
good. My
As
fucking
the
diamond
cells
thing
in the
was still in the
blastula
chest. That
continue to
makes me feel
divide,
better. Back to
nerves and
harvesting.
blood vessels connect it to the rest of the body.
Yay.
The limb eventually grows back completely, looking like a plant at the
Like
age of
Wolverine,
20.
exactly.
And while total limb
uh,
regeneration is impressive enough, axolotls are also capable of something that seems like it should be downright impossible: regrowing parts
oh
of their
shit.
brain.
Ooh.
In mammals
Really?
like us, and in fact most
Huh?
humans, neurons typically only grow
They've
in the
never
embryonic
grown their
stage.
brain.
Any neurogenesis that happens in
Okay.
adulthood is quite limited. If the brain is damaged in adulthood, it usually can't
Whoa.
regenerate new
There's
neurons
like 2
once
extra
it's been
furnaces and
taken. Yet
hoppers.
somehow doing this is no
What?
problem for the axolotl.
Yeah, boy,
By
you're
being
really
differentiated stem
expanding.
cells, they can
What do
add
you mean?
new neurons throughout their life and
Well,
can
before
regenerate
it
the
used to be
spinal
just
cord and
2
parts of the
furnaces
brain
and 2
after injury.
hoppers.
Salamanders are the only four-legged vertebrates that
Area's gotten
can
wider
form regular
since.
cells back
Jesus,
into
have I
stem
been
cells,
away that long?
allowing them to redevelop into new tissue. This may seem like a superpower, but the axolotl doesn't actually have special regeneration genes to do this. They are simply regulating their genes differently from other animals. This fact gives scientists hope that we may have this ability still locked within us. An ability that, if unlocked, could
I
greatly
dropped off some
benefit people
cobblestone
suffering
for
from
you.
certain organ failures,
You do that.
amputation of a limb, or serious burns. While we still
What am
don't
I
know
doing?
the exact mechanisms that allow the
I brought all
axolotl
my
to
fucking water bottles
de-differentiate
down here by
cells,
accident. And I
some of
gotta
the key components are
clean up the
starting to be
time.
unveiled, many of them resembling the cells and molecules that are already at work in our bodies. One way to learn what molecules and cells are necessary for an axolotl to regenerate is to look for molecular tweaks that cause them to lose their regenerative ability. For example, macrophages are known to be critical during inflammation in response to an injury in many animals, and have previously been connected to regeneration. And so researchers found that injecting a drug that eliminates the macrophages in an axolotl's limb before amputation causes it to form scar tissue instead of regenerate. This shows that macrophages, a type of cell we readily have, are an important component for regeneration. Researchers similarly found that a protein called transforming growth factor
Do all the
beta
clay
is
work is
key in
done down
axolotl
here, yeah.
regeneration, a molecule that is
Uh-huh.
also essential in preventing scar tissue in injured human embryos during the first trimester.
Yeah, I was filling
And
in
on
that
top of
pool.
this, researchers have also found that
Alright,
both mice and humans
get your shit
can
ready to go
regenerate
do
a
some mining
partially
in the
amputated
mines.
finger or
Your
toe,
normal
though
mines and
humans lose
just
this
get a bunch
ability as they get
of
older.
cobble.
Researchers believe that this is due to a
Cobble,
type
cobble,
of stem
Okie.
cobble,
cell that
cobble.
lies
Cobble,
beneath the
cobble. Okie
fingernail that
dokie.
normally helps the fingernails to perpetually grow. They now think that these cells could also be a remnant from a time when our regeneration abilities were stronger. The regrowth of the mice digits studied depends on 2 certain types of proteins, called WNT and FGF2 proteins, and certain signaling pathways. Proteins and pathways that all seem to be the same as those in salamanders during regeneration. All of this suggests that we may partially retain the same regeneration abilities as the axolotl, abilities that
That'd be
could one
cool.
day be reawakened. For this reason, the axolotl is one of the most incredible and most important research animals in science, along with becoming a beloved pet in freshwater aquariums worldwide. And yet they are facing
Wow, I
almost
could grow
complete
one of those. I could
annihilation in
have
the
one of those in
wild.
real life.
The conservation story of the
Yo,
axolotl is
what?
and if we're not
I
careful, we risk losing
want
one of the
one.
most incredible creatures on Earth. When your hotel room is your bedroom, and your living room, and your dining room,
Oh my god, they're so
you need more
cute.
than a hotel room.
But of course, if you have a domesticated one, you'd have to know, like, what to feed them and, you know, like their diet and
The
stuff.
wild axolotl is teetering on the brink of extinction. Their
That's
population has
exactly what I was saying. I
3%
said, to my
in the last few
understanding,
decades.
they're on
In
the
a
endangered species
1998
list.
survey, it was reported that around 6,000 individuals lived per square kilometer in their habitat. In 2015, just 35 individuals were found per square kilometer. They were predicted to go extinct in the wild in 2020, though they have just barely escaped this fate. No one knows exactly how many are left now, but the numbers are dire. Today, the axolotl is found naturally in only one place, Lake Xochimilco. But the modern-day version of this lake is more like a series of small canals. It's a phantom of what it used to be, representing only 2% of the original massive wetland system. Centuries ago, this area contained several Great Lakes, which were home to many Mesoamerican cultures, including the Teotihuacanos, the Toltecs, and later the Aztecs. At the time of the Spanish conquest in 1519, the size of these lakes would have covered much of modern-day Mexico City. Due to its naturally shallow waters and its freshwater springs in the south, Lake Xochimilco was the center of Chinampa agriculture in the centuries before the Spanish arrived. These artificial islands created an extensive network of canals. The ancient cities here, in a way, looked a lot like the Venice of today. Here, the axolotl thrived alongside humans. But over time, the population of the area grew and grew, and eventually the lakes were all drained, with the exception of Lake Xochimilco, to prevent flooding and to allow urban expansion. What remains of Lake Xochimilco today is highly polluted, full of dangerous algae blooms, and invasive large fish, which both outcompete and eat the axolotls. It's no surprise that the axolotl is almost gone there. And yet, in labs around the world, the axolotl is abundant. They've even been called the white mice of amphibians, since they are ideal for research and are easy to rear in the lab. They are the most distributed amphibian in the world. So you may ask the question, if the axolotl is thriving in aquariums and labs, what's the issue? Unfortunately, the lab colonies are not staying healthy. These captive populations are becoming inbred, lacking the genetic diversity that wards off disease. To help mitigate this, scientists have crossbred the axolotls in captivity with the similar species, the tiger salamander. But this has left many lab specimens with a host of foreign genes, meaning that they aren't quite the same as wild axolotls anymore. One proposed solution to the decline of wild axolotls is to simply reintroduce some of the captive population back into their natural habitat. But until the lake is cleaned up, putting them back would be a death sentence. And despite the efforts of some scientists and conservationists, Lake Xochimilco becoming clean and healthy anytime soon seems unlikely. Instead of reintroducing
I just want to get
them
this
into their
project done so
original
I can go on to
habitat,
building my
some
greenhouse.
scientists
That's all I
have a
care
different
about.
idea, to give the axolotls a new home. One suitable site has been identified.
Lindsay,
Yes.
like you see how much area like the hilt of this so-called sword takes up? Imagine if that went out further, but all the way around in a square. Would that be okay with you for a level above that?
I mean, I
Because
don't care.
I want to build my hanging gardens here, and I
As long
really
as if it's
like
like
bees.
open space, I'm
Lindsay, the
okay.
bees flying around, pollinating themselves when they fly over your crops. It's like they're dropping bone meal from nothing. I just want a
Interesting.
giant fucking garden. I want a giant fucking garden in the sky.
Okay.
Is that cool?
Giant garden in the sky. I
All
can
right, so I'm gonna
respect
need
that
like
idea.
mad dirt, but first
Matter.
off, we need
Oh.
cobblestone.
Oh, well,
We need
I'm
to
right on
finish
top
this
of that.
fucking whatever. This fucking where's that
I'm right on
documentary at?
that. Shit. Oh, let me put that there, that there, that
Near
there.
Mexico's National Autonomous University. A
E,
freshwater
e,
lake has
e,
been
e.
born out of an abandoned quarry, and researchers are now using it as an ecological research site. Dozens of axolotls have been released here and are tracked using radio
Axolotls.
camcorders. Eventually, these research subjects are expected to breed here, and a new type of semi-wild population may be born. Perhaps with the introduction of wild-caught axolotls along with the lab-reared ones, genetic diversity could improve. And even though it's a different ecosystem than the swampy canals that they evolved in, places like this may be the best option for the long-term survival of these magnificent creatures. Mexico is one of the most biodiverse countries in the world. It sits with Brazil, Colombia, and Indonesia at the very top of the biodiversity list, with thousands of unique endemic species. It's estimated that more than 10% of all of the world's species live in Mexico. For this reason, it's considered to be a mega-diverse country. The axolotl is far from the only notable native species that Mexico has to offer. The Mexican prairie dog, burrowing owls, the Mexican wolf, the rarest subspecies of wolf in North America, and the American bison, the largest land animal in the Americas, are all amazing creatures that live in the grasslands of Mexico. Grasslands, an ecosystem that may be easy to overlook, are in fact teeming with biodiversity. The number of different types of grasses there is comparable to the number of different types of trees in the tropical rainforest. I personally didn't know much about this incredible ecosystem before watching My Wild Backyard on CuriosityStream. The Llanos Biosphere Reserve episode grabbed my attention, especially since I live in Texas and this ecosystem is truly in my backyard. Other episodes explore the unexpected wildlife of New York City or the stunning national parks of Argentina. It follows local ecologists and scientists as they show us the hidden wonders of wildlife that exist
Ooh,
all
cool.
around us. CuriosityStream is a streaming platform with thousands of high-quality documentaries like this one. And now, CuriosityStream is partnered with us to offer an incredible deal. By signing up to CuriosityStream, you now also get a subscription to Nebula. Nebula is a streaming platform made by me and several other educational YouTube content creators. It's a place where we can upload our videos ad-free, and a place where we can experiment with new original content. By signing up to the bundle deal, you'll get access to both CuriosityStream and Nebula, where you can access content like the hour-long director's cut of our partner channel Real Engineering's latest 787 video, with more detailed explanations and with no ads. Full documentaries like this would be hard for us to put on YouTube. Its length not favored by the algorithm gods. But on Nebula, there are no restrictions, no algorithms, and no demonetization. Just creators uploading the content that they want to make. Signing up to the bundle deal is also the best way to support this channel. So by signing up at curiositystream.com/realscience, you'll get a subscription to CuriosityStream and a subscription to Nebula for just $14.79 for the entire year. And if you're looking for something else to watch right now, you can watch our previous video about decoding democracy, or watch Real Engineering's latest video, The Insane Engineering of the Gen X Engine.
Smooth chocolate, crunchy hazelnut, lovingly layered and wrapped in gold. Ferrero Rocher.
Feeling healthy, stylish, and bound. Making a dinner that makes their whole day.
Damn, a lot of coal blocks over here, yo. Give me all the XP.
Would that be called a skill job?
What the hell, son? No job. Three.
And to you plenty greetings too, and God bless you and send you a happy new year, and God send you a happy new year.
It's the Sesame Street gang.
Merry Christmas from Sesame Street! Deck the halls with boughs of holly.
La 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly. La 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 la. Don we now our gay apparel. La 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 la.
Oh.
Roll the ancient Yuletide carol.
La 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 la. Okay, Ernie, you're next.
See the blazing Yule before us.
La 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 la. Strike the harp and join the chorus. La 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 la.
I will not sing this song.
Fucking Oscar.
Your turn, hairy monster.
Pass the lady, oh dear, passes. La 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 la. Hail the new ye lads.
God, I don't think I've seen this since, like,
Sing ye joyous song together.
man. It's like second grade. Shit. I just remember, like, holy shit, it was the Muppets and Sesame Street.
Oh, it's nice to have everyone here. You can feel the peace of the holiday season.
Well, Doc, you know what this means?
Sprocket and I will have to give up our hammock in the attic, right?
Either that or build bunk beds in the broom closet.
Sprocket, go get me a hammer, will you?
Oh, hi there. Hey, we're Ernie and Bert.
Yeah.
Well, hi there yourself. I'm Doc.
Did you know that Doc starts with the letter D?
Why, yes,
Yes, starts with the letter Y.
true.
And true starts with the letter D.
Hey, what is this?
Where we come from, this is small talk.
Whatever you say. Well, nice to meet you, but I've got to go and build some bunk beds.
Bunk
Bunk
bed.
beds.
C words.
Ah.
Good evening and welcome to the Crow's Nest. My name is Jesse Miller and with me I have Suncat 85, I have Raquel. I have Galaxy 500, figure it out. I got Dr. Forble without the Colossus. And I...
That's awesome. Shit.
Whopper kid.
This time of year, there's one workshop on everyone's mind that makes toys and gifts.
From the North Pole will be coming your way the night before Christmas aboard a sleigh steered by flying reindeer. Once he lands on your roof, he'll be entering your house through your chimney to leave you gifts, as long as you and your family have been good throughout the year. These things are so familiar to those of us who celebrate Christmas that we don't even bat an eye at them. But when you put it like that, it does make you wonder, where did all these things come from? How did they begin? Why did they begin? How did they change throughout history? And how do they vary today around the world? Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Fire of Learning. In this very special presentation, we'll be finding out as we explore the history of Christmas. And now, in the words of a particularly fitting ghost, rise and walk with me. Where do we begin with the history of Christmas? This time of year was an important time for many cultures around the world, even prior to Christianity. A time of feasting, of celebration, of religious and cultural significance. So the question is, are Yule and these Roman traditions like Saturnalia ancient versions and predecessors of modern Christmas? It's complicated. People especially in the distant past, rarely kept precise records of these things. Historians therefore have to piece these things together like a puzzle, which can be complicated. It's not always easy to know whether or not something in history has influenced a holiday, or to determine how much precisely it has done so, and one must be careful in working it out. Just because certain traditions seem similar, or are practiced at the same time, does not necessarily mean they are related. Several East Asian and Native American societies, for example, had festivals around the same time. There's no relation to Christmas, it's just the winter solstice is a very natural time to place a holiday. Not necessarily because of the solstice itself, but because agricultural work is done for the year. People might have a sort of psychological need for release from the hardships of the cold, etc. That was a bit of a tangent, but it's necessary to keep these things in mind, because misinformation about holidays and their history is not only common, it quite honestly seems to be the norm. It's all a bit complicated and confusing, but fear not, my friends, for we have only just begun, and it becomes clearer as we go. As these holidays were taking place, there were important events taking place in the Levant that were about to change everything. The story of the Nativity, Jesus' birth to the Virgin Mary in a stable in the town of Bethlehem, is absolutely central to the Christian religion and the Christmas holiday's development over the subsequent 2,000 years. The Christian religion would soon form, and over the next few centuries would grow in popularity. Despite the importance of the story, early Christians do not appear to have placed as much emphasis on the Nativity. They, in fact, did not celebrate birthdays much in general. There was much more emphasis on Easter and its related holidays. Celebration of Christ's birth, however, would grow in importance when Christianity was adopted by the Roman Empire in the 4th century. But of the many details the Bible gives us regarding the birth of Jesus, it leaves out one very noteworthy one: the date. The Bible never claims that Jesus was born on December 25th. And indeed, Christian theologians argue that the story suggests it more likely took place during any of the other 3 seasons. So why did early Christians decide on December 25th? There are a number of theories, one of which relates to the pagan holidays we just discussed. The Roman Emperor Constantine became the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity in 312 AD. Christianity would be adopted as Rome's official religion under the Emperor Theodosius I later that century. With its place firmly cemented at the heart of European civilization, over the next 1,000 years, Christianity would outcompete and overcome the pagan beliefs of Europe. One of the methods that early Christians like Pope Gregory the Great used to spread Christianity was to allow pagan peoples to continue certain customs and traditions that they were used to, so long as they did not violate Christian belief. In their view, just as the pagans could be baptized into Christianity, some of their traditions could have the paganism washed away from them as well. But is that why Christmas is on December 25th? To replace pagan festivals like Yule, which was held in winter, Saturnalia, which was held in mid-December, and the birth of the unconquerable sun, which was held on December 25th itself. It's tempting to think so, but while it's the popular answer, it is perhaps not the correct one. The problem is that there is no clear evidence that it was set on December 25th to replace pagan festivals, and there is evidence which suggests otherwise. For example, there was a belief in Judaism that all the prophets were either born or conceived and died on the same day. In Christianity, this included Jesus. Early Christian theologians suggested that he was conceived on March 25th, which was also believed to be the date of creation itself. If March 25th is the date of his conception, the Annunciation, then 9 months later would be December 25th. These dates were almost certainly connected to symbolism. They fall near the spring equinox and winter solstice. Accordingly, Jesus' birth was likened to the return of the sun and the warmth and light it brought with it. As for the date of December 25th with regard to the Sol Invictus, it's been suggested by historians like Louis Duquesne that the Christians reserved this date first, and that, in fact, the pagans tried to challenge them by placing their holiday on that date afterwards. As for Yule, the date of December 25th was set before there were enthusiastic efforts to Christianize the Germanic world, so Yule appears to have nothing to do with the date. And as for Saturnalia, the date appears to have been chosen before Christianity took hold among Roman elites, in a time in which Christians heavily distanced themselves from the pagan Roman norm. Regardless of the reasoning, the date stuck, and with the holiday in place, it would set off to evolve into the holiday with which we are all familiar. But this would still take time, and the Christmases of old were still strikingly different from those with which we are familiar. The first Christmas celebration on record took place in Rome on December 25th, 336 AD, though not much is known about these early celebrations. After the Roman Empire fell and Europe entered the early Middle Ages, the holiday and the holiday season would develop further. Epiphany, held on January 6th, was more popular than Christmas itself in the early Middle Ages. Indeed, the Epiphany seems to have been more popular in the East from an earlier time as well. The Nativity was celebrated there on that date in conjunction. Today, in the West, the Feast of the Epiphany is mostly centered on Jesus' appearance to the three Magi, his first appearance to Gentiles. In the East, however, there is more focus on his baptism on this date. The date of the Nativity to the date before Epiphany, December 25th to January 5th, is a 12-day period, which is where we get the 12 days of Christmas. The 12 days of Christmastide were more celebrated in the past than they are today, and generally involved 12 days of celebration and feasting. Christmas Day would in fact mark the beginning of celebration rather than the last day. It is also in early Middle Age Europe that we find the origins of Advent. In modern America, those supercenters seem to believe Christmas time begins in the middle of October. The Christmas season truly, unofficially begins the day after Thanksgiving. However, the traditional religious beginning of the season in many denominations is Advent Sunday, the name which refers to the first of 4 Sundays throughout the season. Advent lasts from the 4th Sunday before Christmas to Christmas Eve. In 800 AD, the date of December 25th became somewhat more important to Christians after Charlemagne was crowned emperor on that date, the first of many monarchs to have their coronation on Christmas. From then on, it would grow in importance, until by the High Middle Ages, or about 1000 AD, it was a much more well-established time of feasting and celebration. By this point, the Germanic and Celtic worlds had largely accepted Christianity, with even the Scandinavians beginning to accept it. Interestingly, though Christmas replaced their pagan festivals, they called it, and still continue to call Christmas, Yule. In Anglo-Saxon England, meanwhile, the change had already long been accepted by this point. They called the holiday Christmassa, Christ's Mass. This is, of course, where we get the word Christmas in modern English. In French, it was Noel, Spanish, Navidad, Portuguese, Natal, and in Italian, Natale, all words relating to nativity. In German, it was simply Weihnachten, Holy Night. The tradition of celebrating throughout the 12 days of Christmas continued in many areas of Europe, such as England, throughout the Middle Ages and into the early modern era. Work was often cancelled for this 12-day celebration. To those of us in the modern era, that sounds like quite a lot of time off of work, but in pre-industrial society, there was less work to do at this time of year anyway, especially in agriculture. Christmas customs in England and many other parts of Europe included wearing disguises, music, gift-giving, tale-telling, drinking and feasting, early forms of ice skating, and playing a variety of sports from bowling to wrestling, and games from blind man's bluff to chess. Oh, and look out, as snowball fights are probably as old as human contact with snow. Meanwhile, the poor in particular of many countries would go door to door in costumes, acting out scenes from religious or mythical stories, or providing some other form of entertainment like singing, in exchange for food and drink or money. These groups were not always the most welcome guests, as they could be rather unpleasant and demanding. As a more modern example, if a group of young, impoverished people came to your door saying, "Bring us some figgy pudding, we won't go until we get some," they sometimes meant it. These groups would go so far as to play mischievous tricks on those who denied them. Thankfully, this practice was toned down by the modern world, and ironically, a modified form of it was adopted by Halloween. It appears that by the 12th century, evergreen plants were already playing a role in decoration in England, and may have for quite some time before this. The extent to which this included evergreen trees, however, is not quite clear. Christmas in Western Europe in the late Middle Ages and early modern era was quite a large celebration, with a bit more tolerance for partying and unrestrained hedonism than we would today expect from Christmas. Indeed, it's certainly possible that a piece of the carefree spirit of Saturnalia remained intact. An example of this is a tradition of selecting a certain important figure during Christmas, a figure known by many names. In England, where the tradition was most popular, he was called the Lord of Misrule, or King of the Bean.
We really needed a new home, so we found this house and it checked all the boxes. But there's definitely a lot of dust floating around. If you can see it, you're great.
A partygoer who found a particular hidden bean in a cake would become a kind of master over the others, and would order them to do amusing things. This resembles the Roman king of Saturnalia quite a bit, and yet it may be coincidence. English historian William Ward Fowler has argued that the tradition arose independently with no connection to Saturnalia. Either way, this was certainly a time in which people strayed from, if not reversed, normality in other ways. In medieval England, clergy would sometimes wear their clothing inside out, and had a custom of leading donkeys inside the church, dining on sausages and wine, burning old shoes in place of incense, and making the sounds of a donkey as they did so. Less bizarrely, there was a custom observed by some of the upper classes of inviting a few members of the lower classes to dine with them. Not everyone approved of the holiday, however, especially its unbridled festivities. In the 16th century, the Protestant Reformation began in Germany and would spread across Europe, finding success in places like part of Germany, Scandinavia, and Britain. The Protestants who broke away from the Catholic Church would themselves begin to break up into a number of different groups. With multiple new varieties of Christianity came multiple different perspectives on Christmas. And since I know the comments are coming, yes, Catholics are Christians, Protestants are Christians, the Orthodox are Christians. I'm not saying you have to agree with each other, but we do have to use an objective and fair definition of what a Christian is. Anyway, there were some Protestant groups in places like Britain in particular who developed a negative opinion of Christmas. While some, like Lutherans and Anglicans from king to peasant, continued celebrating Christmas, other Protestant groups, like the Scottish Presbyterians and English Puritans in particular, looked at it and saw, at best, an unbiblical Catholic holiday which had retained influence over their people, and at worst, a pagan excess of sin and debauchery. During the English Civil War, the Puritan Oliver Cromwell overthrew King Charles I. Christmas would then be banned in England in 1647. Penalties were put in place for anyone caught celebrating. Businesses were ordered to stay open. Government affairs were intentionally scheduled during Christmas. All the while, soldiers patrolled the streets to seize anything related to the holiday. Debate, uproar, and even rioting and violence broke out over this ban, and many continued to celebrate in defiance. The ban was greatly unpopular and was revoked in 1660 when the monarchy was restored under Charles II. Thus, the Merry Monarch returned to England its Merry Christmases. Opinion would still remain divided, however. In places like the British American colonies, Christmas remained even less popular and had been among its Puritan settlers from the start. American Puritans and Quakers were even more enthusiastic than their European counterparts. A ban was placed on Christmas in Boston in 1659. This ban was also revoked a few decades later, but the holiday remained unpopular. There was, however, quite a bit of regional variation, with the North often abstaining, but with more popularity in the South. Christmas reached its lowest level of popularity during and in the decades following the American War of Independence, when Christmas and nearly all holidays connected to English tradition were stripped from the calendar. The Puritans would not be the last to ban Christmas celebrations. French revolutionaries at the end of the 18th century, for example, also implemented a Christmas ban. Though a predominantly Catholic country, many of the leading French revolutionaries like Robespierre who sought to separate the country from religion. The same perspective towards Christmas was taken by the Soviets over a century later. Despite brief attempts to ban it in England, France, and America, Christmas emerged intact in the 18th century. However, though there are clear similarities between modern Christmas and these pre-modern Christmases, there are also clearly many notable differences in their characters. Indeed, though, as we have seen, Christmas has quite a long history attached to it, one could say that the Christmas with which we are all familiar, modern Christmas, was created in the Victorian era, in places like Germany, England, and America. It may be surprising that there was so much effort on the part of the Puritans to ban Christmas, but it's easier to understand when we remember that Christmas prior to the 1800s was a much more raucous affair. Even some of those who celebrated Christmas in Europe and America had a desire to tone down the revelry. Throughout the 19th century, Christmas would go from a celebration of wild parties and debauchery to a calmer holiday, which focused on religion, family, and general goodness. This new Christmas would appeal to more people and allow the holiday to take its modern form. A leading figure behind this transition was the famous author Charles Dickens. His book, A Christmas Carol, focusing on the complete transformation in morals and character of a certain Ebenezer Scrooge, published in 1843, became a perfect representation of the values and spirit which would be at the core of the more tamed Christmas that was developing, and would itself help to encourage the change. But Dickens was far from alone. Writers like Washington Irving helped to popularize the holiday among Americans, and many, including persons of influence, became interested. It is at this time that we begin to see many Christmas traditions, like Christmas trees, and figures, like Santa Claus, beginning to take their modern forms. The origins of these traditions are a story in their own right, and will be discussed individually later on in the video, but for now it will suffice to say some came from ancient traditions, others from modern invention, and some from abroad. As it happened, Christmas was reshaping itself in a time of a great movement of people. Immigrants from across Europe, with a particular emphasis on the area that would become Germany, were bringing their customs to the Anglo-American Christmas. In the United States, the puritanical dislike of Christmas remained strong, and acceptance came more slowly. Indeed, at this time, the country celebrated fewer holidays than Europeans in general. The only truly national holidays at this time were Independence Day and Thanksgiving. When Christmas was celebrated, it was usually outside the Northeast. As is discussed in the book Christmas in America by Penn L. Restad, a Southerner attending Princeton wrote home to a friend in 1805 saying, quote, "You will naturally assume we had a great deal of diversion on Christmas, but this day, which in Carolina is welcomed with so many demonstrations of joy, is here regarded almost with perfect indifference, and passed over as but little more than an ordinary day." End quote. Where it was celebrated, the rowdier Christmas celebrations constituted the norm. But Christmas would reform, and as it did so, it would begin to grow in popularity throughout the 19th century, finally becoming an official public holiday at the federal level. Once Americans did begin to embrace Christmas, they did so enthusiastically, playing a major role in developing it into its modern form. The Protestant groups in America which had once opposed Christmas, here and elsewhere, like Presbyterians and the Protestant groups in America which had once opposed Christmas, here and elsewhere, like Presbyterians and
Damn, I just got bot swarmed.
Is with my best friend. The quicker picker-upper. Bounty absorbs spills like a sponge and is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Why not? Why? L'eau de parfum. Yves Saint Laurent.
Unitarians and Calvinists began to endorse this new, much more Christian Christmas. Furthermore, as a result of change of character, Christmas began to be much more about not just family, but children specifically. As every child today knows, after all, the personification of Christmas himself is focused primarily on them during this time. As we draw nearer to our modern-day Christmas, we find many specific traditions and features I've
What you
been
doing,
left
Lindsay?
unexplained. Let us now go back and look at the origins of things such as Christmas trees, gift-giving, and, of course,
I'm
Santa.
trying to stay awake.
'Twas the
Try to
night
stay
before
awake.
Christmas, when all through the house,
Hey, all
not a
fucked up?
creature was
I'm
stirring,
fucking
not even
torched.
a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that Saint Nicholas would soon
Holy
be there.
fuck.
This poem, to which
This
these opening
weed,
lines
yo.
belong, was written by Clement Clarke Moore in 1823. It would be quite an important step in shaping the character we know today in America as Santa Claus.
It's like some
But
of
while
this shit
America's Santa Claus first took his modern form
uplifts
in
you
the
and gets you
1800s,
energized,
his
and there's
relatives in
some
other
shit
countries
that like some weed that
Sinterklaas
like
and Father
makes you
Christmas
fucking
are far older.
sleepy. Like,
Who is Santa Claus, and what are his true origins? A bit like Christmas itself, Santa Claus is the product of history and legend surrounding multiple figures across millennia, fused into a single individual. One of these individuals is his namesake, Saint Nicholas. Saint Nicholas of Myra was a Greek Anatolian initially said to have been born in 270 AD in modern-day Turkey, then a part of the Roman Empire. Next to nothing is known of his life with certainty. What is known comes from writers telling his story long after his death and a number of various legends. According to legend, he was born to a family of Greek Christians who were, according to Michael the Archimandrite, quote, noble and well off, and surpassed many in their reverence towards Christ, end quote. From an early age, he was recognized as unusually good-natured and devout. As he aged, he retained these traits and endeavored to join the Christian clergy, eventually becoming Bishop of Myra. Not only would he excel in this role, but it soon became clear that he had a kind of special connection to God. This was seen not only in his devotion and good deeds, but in fact the miracles he performed, earning him the name Nicholas the Wonder Worker. His most famous story surrounds his efforts to help a father save his 3 daughters. The father in question found himself unable to pay the wedding dowries of his daughters and feared what this meant for their future. Learning of this, Nicholas snuck over to their house at night and secretly tossed 3 bags of coins into the daughter's window. On the 3rd night of this, the grateful father caught Nicholas in the act, but Nicholas swore him to secrecy.
Exactly.
This is but one tale of many, but it is a proper representation of a consistent theme seen with St. Nicholas of his desire to help others, in particular the poor and the young,
Soon
and
he will be
to
there.
do so in secret. It's easy to see how such a man could inspire the Santa Claus legend we know today,
I love
though
Christmas.
clearly it does not explain everything. Saint Nicholas became a well-known and admired saint across Europe throughout the Middle Ages. His feast day, December 6th, became a date of importance to medieval Christians as well. It naturally became associated with the care for the poor and gift-giving for which it was known. As the tradition surrounding his feast day spread north, the figure seems to have become intertwined with pre-Christian figures and practices. In the Germanic world, this may have included the god Odin, the central figure of the pagan Yule. How much Odin is there to Santa Claus?
Oh, totally.
It isn't clear, but likely
It
not as
isn't
much
clear
as
either, is
claim.
your
During the
oldest
Protestant
Santa
Reformation,
story.
reformers sought to lead people away from the Catholic saints. This included the beloved St. Nicholas, thereby shaking up the holiday traditions associated with him in the lands that were becoming Protestant. In Germany, Martin Luther himself had the idea of making a gift-giving figure during this time the Christkind, or Christkindl, in place of St. Nicholas. Christkind is German for Christ child. The Lutherans also moved his day of activity from the night of December 5th to the night of December 24th to further focus the day on Christ. The Christkind gained popularity throughout many areas of Central Europe, though his evolution became rather complicated. It was obviously intended to be an incarnation of the baby Jesus, but the idea of a baby delivering gifts was perhaps a tad unusual, even if he were the Son of God. And so the Christkind was, and is sometimes still, depicted as a gold-haired angel instead. Though the Christkind came into being as a Lutheran attempt to replace a Catholic saint, today the Christkind, ironically, is more popular among Central European Catholics, and may even be said to work alongside St. Nicholas to bring children gifts and their Christmas trees. Meanwhile, Protestant Germans have commonly adopted a Father Christmas-like figure. By the way, thanks to German Americans, the name Christkindl would also evolve into a nickname for Santa Claus, Kris Kringle. Not all Protestants were prepared to do away with the St. Nicholas figure, however. A famous example of this is found in the Netherlands, where St. Nicholas, or as they call him in Dutch, Sinterklaas, and the celebration of his feast day are as popular as ever. In the Netherlands, Sinterklaas is a figure with a long white beard, dressed in red bishop attire, who rides a white horse. He is often accompanied by a figure or figures known as Zwarte Piet, or Black Pete. Zwarte Piet was perhaps once a spirit helper that was later said to be an African slave, though due to controversy, he is now sometimes displayed as a servant whose face is covered in soot from the chimneys Sinterklaas sends him into. As St. Nicholas travels, he carries with him a large red book containing the names of children who have been good and bad throughout the year. Good children eat candy and drink. However, bad children may experience a punishment much worse than waking up to coal on their stomachs. They may be caned or taken by Zwarte Piet in a bag and taken back to Spain for a year. The idea that St. Nicholas or Santa Claus figures are accompanied by figures who dole out punishments to bad children is not unique to the lowlands. It is sometimes accompanied by a far more sinister figure. In many parts of Central Europe, like Germany and Austria, St. Nicholas is accompanied by a being called Krampus. Krampus is a sort of demonic cross between a goat and a man. He is a figure likely stemming from pagan Alpine mythology. He is not so much one of St. Nicholas's helpers, however, he is tasked with handling the naughty kid. Only that sometimes, when he takes naughty children away in his bag, they don't come back. In eastern France, there is also a related figure known as Father Whipper. Across the English Channel, the figure of Father Christmas is what was and is popular in England. Today, the English Father Christmas is identical to the American Santa Claus, but in the past was a rather different character. The Father Christmas figure dates to at least the middle of the 15th century, and may have even older origins. The 15th century was, of course, before the Protestant Reformation. Indeed, he was not created as a replacement for St. Nicholas, and in fact was a symbol of the traditional English Christmas during the Puritan ban. At first, Father Christmas had no role in gift-giving to children. He was merely the personification of the old Christmas of the age. But his role and image began to change during the Victorian Christmas revival. Depictions of Father Christmas vary, but one common depiction is something along the lines of the great jovial man featured as Charles Dickens' Ghost of Christmas Present, sitting before a feast wearing a green robe lined with fur and a crown of holly. Father Christmas was also often depicted riding his noble steed, a goat. It is from these figures, in a complicated blending of cultures and novel invention, that Santa Claus arose in the United States in the 19th century. Men like John Pintard and the aforementioned Washington Irving appear to have been some of the first to help create the figure. Both were residents of New York City, which was once the Dutch colony of New Amsterdam, And in America, without much observance of Christmas, they found themselves pining for the old Dutch traditions. Works like Irving's semi-legendary 1809 History of New York helped to expose Sinterklaas to a larger American audience. The name Sinterklaas morphed into Santa Claus in English. In the subsequent decades, Santa Claus would evolve into the American symbol of Christmas, and as others picked up the legend, they would add to this story. In 1821, the poem Old Santa Claus with Much Delight was published. It established a few important aspects of the Santa Claus story, being the first known publication to set the gift-giving date to December 24th, and to speak of a sleigh pulled by a reindeer. 2 years later, Clement Clarke Moore anonymously published his A Visit from St. Nicholas poem. This would be a hit across America and even beyond. The poem speaks of a right jolly old elf who delivers presents to good children. He arrives aboard a sleigh driven by 8 flying reindeer and enters and leaves the house via the chimney, leaving his presents and stockings hung up by the fireplace. By the Civil War, Santa Claus had become a well-known figure in America. Still, what exactly this Santa Claus looked like remained undetermined. Washington Irving's brother-in-law, James K. Paulding, portrayed him as a small elf-like man in a blue peacoat who came to deliver gifts on New Year's Eve. In some of the images in Old Santa Claus with Much Delight, he is a skinnier man with a single reindeer. Clement Clarke Moore modeled his appearance on, quote, a rubicund old Dutchman, end quote, saying he was round, with a cheerful face, a beard as white as snow, and a pipe in his mouth. In 1863, Thomas Nast, a famous illustrator for Harper's Weekly, seems to have come up with a picture of Santa Claus that resembles our modern-day depiction. To any American, this 1881 depiction is unmistakably Santa Claus. Though already associated with the northern winter for a variety of reasons, it may have also been Nast who established his residence as the North Pole. Over time, several others would contribute lasting additions to Santa's image. In 1931, Coca-Cola, seeking to improve its slow winter income, began to use Santa to market beverages, and illustrator Haddon Sundblom provided some finishing touches, although the character and majority of his image was already established before this. And so what of Santa's other attributes, like his flying reindeer and the stockings in which he leaves presents? Irving noted that Santa traveled in a flying wagon, but did not establish what propelled it. The reindeer and sleigh seem to have been established in the poem Old Santa Claus with Much Delight. 2 years later, Moore gave Santa 8 reindeer and named them Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Dunder, Dutch for thunder, who later became Donner, and Blixen, Dutch for lightning, who later became Blitzen. The exact origins of the reindeer are unclear, but ultimately, the reindeer appear to have been the invention of the anonymous author or some other contemporary, as they don't appear to have had any clear origins in Germanic mythology or the story of St. Nicholas. Reindeer may simply have been chosen because Santa Claus needed a steed, or steeds, and reindeer live in the north. The 8 legs of Sleipnir and the 8 reindeer are a likely coincidence. But the team was still incomplete. Let us recall the most famous reindeer of all. The story of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was written by Robert L. May in 1939. The story of the young reindeer who finds a strength in his apparent flaw, a peculiar shining red nose, which was used to light Santa's way in poor weather, was so endearing that he quickly became a permanent member of the team. The famous Mrs. Claus was first mentioned in 1849 in James Rees's A Christmas Legend. Having taken a wife, Santa Claus was now well and clearly distinct from the Bishop of Anatolia. Though still sometimes viewed as a figure who embodies the Christian spirit of Christmas, today Santa Claus is often seen as a legendary figure not necessarily associated with religion. Now, why does he enter through the chimney and leave presents inside socks? Irving mentions his habit of dropping gifts down the chimney in his 1809 History of New York. Irving likely did not invent this aspect of the story himself, but there are so many explanations for its origins, from dubious claims of its relation to Odin, to Saint Nicholas, to Renaissance beliefs about magical creatures entering homes through chimneys, that it's hard to pinpoint an exact inspiration for this attribute. The gifts in the stockings, however, very likely relate to legends of Saint Nicholas secretly leaving gifts for others. In the story of the three girls, for example, it was sometimes said that the coins he tossed for them landed in the stockings they had hung up by the fire. The custom is almost certainly related to the shoes that children in European countries leave out for St. Nicholas to put presents in on his day. And so is the St. Nicholas Day tradition, where the practice of gift-giving on Christmas comes from overall. Perhaps there are a great number of potential explanations, but the fact is, it's gift-giving. It's a very common practice that easily arises independently on its own, and thus it's hard to pinpoint a specific origin. In modern America, however, the Christmas stocking has become a bit of a sideshow. Today, the main presents are left under the Christmas tree. The Christmas tree is one of the most magical symbols of this holiday. There is indeed nothing quite like the calming and reassuring glow of one on a cold December night. But where did this tradition come from? The very common answer is Norse mythology and custom, but this is not likely. Trees were sacred to the pagan Norse, but there doesn't appear to have been as much specific emphasis on conifers as there was on ash or oak trees, and there is no evidence that evergreen trees had any specific role in Yule. As a side note, there is also no clear evidence that the Yule log, a separate but related tradition, came from paganism either. Likewise, evergreen plants seem to have been incorporated into the Roman Saturnalia, but this does not appear to have included evergreen trees. Still, the origin of the tradition may be pagan. It has been argued that it perhaps derives from Baltic pagan traditions which German settlers encountered in the Middle Ages as they conquered the area. However, numerous legends also point to Christian origins, and in fact, Christmas trees may not have much to do with paganism at all. One legend traces Christmas trees to a story surrounding Saint Boniface, a famous missionary to the Germanic peoples who, in the 8th century, cut down a sacred pagan oak tree in front of them. In its place grew a fir tree, which represented the Holy Trinity and in its triangular shape pointed to heaven. However, this addition of the evergreen tree to the story seems to have come into existence long after the 8th century. Throughout the Middle Ages, especially in the late Middle Ages, there are several vague references to what could be Christmas trees, or at least their predecessors. Perhaps the earliest clear reference to a Christmas tree dates back to writing from Cistercian monks in Portugal in the early 15th century. The writing instructs the reader on how to place oranges and candles on the branches of a tree on Christmas. However, unless this tradition developed independently in Portugal, it likely came from elsewhere, as Christmas trees, like a noticeable number of Christmas traditions, ultimately appear to be German in origin. There is a record from southwestern Germany in 1419, roughly the same time, of a tree that was used around Christmas time in connection with a mystery play representing Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. The tree was decorated with apples, nuts, wool thread, flour paste, wafers, tinsel, and gingerbread. Christmas trees may therefore have an origin in Christian symbolism of the tree of paradise, with apples representing the forbidden fruit and wafers the Eucharist. Throughout the 15th and 16th centuries, there are numerous references to a custom in northern Germany and Livonia, the latter region being a part of the Baltic, of merchant guilds erecting trees for decoration. The trees were, again, decorated with things like apples, nuts, sweets, and paper flowers, although it isn't quite clear if and or when this custom pertained to Christmas or any winter festival. Though it is likely that Christmas trees predated him, the Protestant reformer Martin Luther is often connected to Christmas trees and is sometimes credited with having invented the modern symbol. He is said to have placed candles on them to represent the stars of heaven. Indeed, for a time, Christmas trees were seen as a specifically Lutheran thing, whereas Catholics were at first more likely to exclusively focus on nativity scenes, until the custom of trees grew on them as well. Regardless of their origins, firm evidence of modern Christmas trees is first recorded in 1576 in Turkheim, a city then in the Holy Roman Empire. According to Judith Flanders, author of the book Christmas, a Biography, the first indoor Christmas trees are recorded in the city of Strasbourg in 1605. These trees are similar in appearance to the trees of paradise described a moment ago, being decorated with apples, roses, wafers, and the like. Both of these cities are located in Alsace, a region which is today a part of France, but was in the past a part of Germany. Throughout the 18th century, Christmas trees became much more common throughout the Protestant areas of Germany. Though it may have also reached England in this time, it was during the 19th century, often alongside German immigration, that Christmas trees truly began to spread across Europe and beyond. The German-born Queen Charlotte, wife of the English King George III, seems to have introduced a Christmas tree to the children of the royal family in 1800. However, the custom would not spread beyond the royal family until the reign of Queen Victoria, who, along with her German-born husband, had been familiar with these traditions all her life and kept the tradition consistently. Once it became popular with the royal family, it was imitated across the English-speaking world. By the 1840s, Christmas trees were popping up in homes across Britain. The United States followed close behind. This occurred at the same time that the custom was becoming popular in places like France, Scandinavia, and Eastern Europe, due to German influence. Today, to many, Christmas is a simple time of friends, of family, of cultural and religious traditions, and of celebration. Still, as a holiday with such prominence in many societies, it is a subject which has inevitably sparked many different debates. Christmas is both a cultural and religious holiday, but some debate about one influencing the holiday too much, at the cost of the other. Some fear the shallow commercialization of the holiday as a threat to both its cultural and religious traditions. Some believe that Christmas is unchristian, and others reject it for being too Christian. There is concern in some countries as well of Anglo-American traditions encroaching on their own. These debates are very complicated and can be difficult to resolve. But as we have seen, Christmas has always been the subject of debate, and these debates will likely continue for many years to come, seeing as how it's as popular as ever and doesn't seem to be going anywhere. And yet, however Christmas has been molded and shaped throughout the millennia, it has always retained an unbreakable hold on people. There is something powerful at the core of Christmas. We see that in many societies. As we see in January, winter is the most depressing time of the year, and yet it begins with Christmas, which is often measured as the happiest. The power of Christmas is such that in the First World War, it caused bitter enemies across trenches to lay down their arms and celebrate together. Though Christmas will likely change as societies change, one must wonder if that which is at the core of the Christmas spirit, having been discovered, could ever truly disappear. I hope you enjoyed this video. If so, I invite you to come check out the rest of Fire of Learning, and to subscribe to see more videos like this in the future. To support the production of these videos, you may help with a donation on Patreon, the link to which is in the description. A special thanks to our current patrons, once again listed here. I also run a science channel called Lucinox, which may interest you as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the words of a friend to us all, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Ordinary dish soaps can leave invisible grease behind. Only Dawn Platinum removes 99% of grease.
Britain. This island is home to a remarkable number of myths and legends concerning the paranormal. Some of the creatures reported here have appeared quite recently. Others, however, are the subjects of tales which seem to predate recorded history. Indeed, this island has been associated with eerie mysteriousness ever since the Romans and Greeks first wrote of the Celtic inhabitants and what they claimed lived among them. To many of these observers, both ancient and modern, some of these beings, what we might call cryptids, monsters, or mythical creatures, are anything but mythical. Hello and welcome to Fire of Learning. I'm Justin. In this video, we will be going over many of the most famous British cryptids and legendary creatures, reviewing the associated folklore and encounters, and considering if, perhaps, some of these witnesses may in fact be telling the truth. Thank you for joining us as we now add another video to our campfire series. Now then, let's get to it. The Cairngorms, a mountain range in the Highlands of Scotland. This desolate landscape has been home to a number of unusual events for centuries. It is said by some who travel here, specifically to the largest mountain, which is the second largest in all of Britain for that matter, Ben Macdui, that an unusual being lurks in the mist and snow, which seems to possess a sort of power to induce a feeling of intense anxiety in travelers, as if it were a spirit that could enter into their minds. It is what the Scottish call Amfarlamore, that translates to the Big Grey Man, also known as the Grey Man of Ben Macdui, or simply the Grey Man. Sightings of the Grey Man are relatively rare. Often his presence is merely very strongly sensed, a bit like a ghost. The feeling of the Grey Man's presence, as mentioned, is often accompanied by a sensation of uneasiness, fear, anxiety, at times even outright panic. The first recorded encounter occurred in 1891. An English scientist, and later professor and inventor, J. Norman Colley, was making his way through the mountains on a cold, misty day. The mist made visibility difficult, but off in the distance, Colley claims he was able to hear something unusual. The crunching of footsteps, which he claimed were following him at about 3 to 4 times the length of his own. After a few moments of disbelief, Colley felt more strongly that a malevolent presence was following him. He took off running in a panic for what he claimed was 4 to 5 miles towards Rothiemurchus Forest nearby. Colley returned home unscathed and kept the incident private for fear of ridicule for 34 years, until 1925. Such a story, from a generally reasonable and level-headed man of science, attracted a wide amount of interest. When he finally reported the incident, mentioning in his story that he would never go back to the mountain, he found others who had experienced similar things. Some of the incidents, travelers and climbers noted, were attributable to wild animals, but others had experiences much like Colley, hearing footsteps which did not match the pattern of their own, sensing a presence, and feeling a sense of apprehension and panic. The mountaineer, historian, and ironically named Affleck Gray began to record these reports. Colley didn't claim to see anything, as again, most people who believe they've encountered the Grey Man don't, but throughout the decades, a handful of people would. It is described in various ways, but generally as a very large grave figure, hence the name. Sometimes it is shrouded in the mist and appears much more like a shadow. Others, however, describe it as a short-haired ape-like creature, a bit like a Scottish Bigfoot, or as a giant humanoid with olive skin. It has appeared so real that some observers have even shot at it. What are these individuals reporting? Researchers aren't exactly sure, but have offered a number of very reasonable explanations. The fact that most people don't see anything, but rather experience intense emotions, with the creature being detected sometimes solely by a kind of gut feeling, leads many researchers to suggest that the encounter is all in their heads. Many hikers and mountain climbers may be experiencing anxiety from, as Graham Reed puts it, prolonged exhaustion and isolation. The ominous environment may also have a powerful psychological effect on people on its own. It has been suggested that low-frequency sound, or what is called infrasound, sound with a frequency below 20 Hz, can cause anxiety for unknown reasons. The footsteps may be the products of echoes, or can be attributed to animals that are difficult to see in the fog despite their proximity. Both possibilities feature prominently in a number of stories, and indeed, the footsteps often only follow people while they themselves are walking. However, this doesn't necessarily explain the unusual rhythm of the footsteps, which is again a main feature of many stories, and indeed is generally what sparks the feeling of alarm to begin with. One man reported that he thought he was being followed, only to discover that what sounded like footsteps was actually the sloshing around of his drink in his backpack. And what about the giant humanoid figures that people are observing? It could be an illusion, again triggered by the excited mental state and exhaustion, although it could very well be that these people are seeing something real. There is an optical illusion known as a Brockenspector, which occurs when the sun casts a shadow on the fog, giving the appearance of a giant figure in front of someone, which people may not immediately recognize as a shadow. This requires very specific circumstances, but the phenomenon has been observed on Ben Macdui itself on a few occasions as far back as the 1700s. However, it is often accompanied by a colorful halo, which is not always reported. Fog is also capable of amplifying sound under the right conditions. Some people have produced photographs and found footprints of the gray man, but the subjects of the photographs and origins of the footprints remain disputed. Is this sufficient to say that there is a natural explanation for the gray man? Perhaps so. Or perhaps there is more we have to understand about the desolate, seemingly featureless Ben Macdui and those who may call this mountain home. Either way, its reputation as an eerie and strange place is well deserved, with believers and non-believers recognizing it as such.
Our use of innovative materials helps shape a world that's more sustainable, like recycling ocean-bound plastics into products and packaging. Let's all unite for a more sustainable world.
We remain in Scotland to address our next being, or perhaps breed of beings, which have been terrifying inhabitants of the north for centuries. It is described as a horse, a seemingly beautiful, friendly, strong horse. White, dark gray, or black, often found near bodies of water. It appears quite normal, apart from its hooves, which are backwards, and its mane, which is always soaking wet. The horse is quite inviting, especially towards children who naturally want to climb and ride the beast, and weary travelers looking for a ride. It may even encourage them to mount by singing. Once on the horse's back, however, the victims find they cannot get off. They have become stuck to the horse, bound to it. The horse reveals itself to be a sinister being and carries its victims off into the nearby body of water, where they are drowned and eaten. This demonic horse is known as a Kelpie. It's a part of a much larger mythology of demonic water-dwelling horses found throughout northern Europe, with tales of other similar creatures reported throughout Britain as well, which we will address. The legends of the Kelpie date back to the ancient Celts. There is a Kelpie legend associated with nearly every large body of water in Scotland, though other accounts hold that Kelpies are more restricted to certain bodies of water, specifically rivers and streams. Notably, many legends hail from a specific loch in the Highlands of Scotland, called Loch Ness, which we will be returning to later in this presentation. Some legends state that the Kelpie has the power to change its form, namely in the daytime, as it would be returned to its horse form when the sun set. It sometimes appears as a handsome lord, or less traditionally, as these horses prefer to prey on women, a beautiful lady, which draws in lonely wandering travelers, inviting them to swim, often with the same intentions, and therefore often with the same result. One can tell a Kelpie, however, even in human form, by the water weeds or sand in their hair. Also, according to some accounts, they retain their hooves in this form. Other times, the Kelpie takes the form of an elderly man, or sometimes as a large, brutish man who captures victims directly. In some of these tales, however, the Kelpie does not consume the victim, but rather, seeking companionship, casts a spell upon them, causing them to fall madly in love with them. Despite its strength and intelligence, legend holds that one can defeat a Kelpie. One way to achieve this is by fitting it with a halter with the sign of the cross on it. Another, more common way is to grasp its bridle, or the equivalent which is transformed along with the beast when it takes a false appearance, such as a necklace. Once taken, it becomes the servant of any who have tamed it, as it will die within a day without it. The individual also gains control over any other Kelpie, no matter whose bridle they have possession of. Once a servant, its powers and great strength are sometimes used for labor. The castle of the Laird of Murphy is said to have been built using a Kelpie, who, upon its release, placed a curse upon his family, preventing them from having children and causing the family to die out. One can also kill a Kelpie, namely with a silver bullet. Once killed, it melts into what is often described as a jelly-like substance. As a side note, some legends hold that there are positive Kelpies, which save children from drowning, rather than drowning them themselves, though these are less common. The origins of the Kelpie mythology are quite old, likely predating Christianity. The legends may not have originated in Scotland and may have been brought over by the Norse. The legends may have descended from tales related to horse sacrifices made to water gods. Indeed, sinister shape-shifting water spirits like the Nix or the Fosgrim are common throughout Germanic mythology, and the Shupledy or Nuggle of Shetland and the Tangi of Orkney are likewise similar monstrous water horse creatures on islands which were settled by the Norse during the Viking Age. However, similar tales seem to be spread throughout Celtic mythology as well. There is the Glashtin of the Isle of Man, the Keffeldoer in Wales, the Morgans of Wales and Brittany, and more. Another closely related beast is the Aukishka, Scottish Gaelic for water horse, the Manx equivalent being Cabal Ushti, and the Irish being Augiski. In Ireland, it is pronounced Gaelic, and Scotland it's pronounced Gaelic. The Kelpie and Aukishka are so similar that the legends appear to have been confused in some circumstances over many centuries. However, the Aukishka is considered more ferocious. One primary difference between the two is that the Aukishka are more commonly found in the sea. Much like its Kelpie relative, it attempts to lure riders to mount them, who become stuck after doing so, where then it takes them underwater and devours them whole, apart from, as many legends hold, the liver. It too is capable of shape-shifting, generally into a handsome lord, but sometimes into a large water bird. The Aukishka is also open to consuming livestock, and even each other, should another Aukishka carry the smell of a prior meal. Overall, however, the most sinister of these water horse demons is the Knuckle of V. The Knuckle of V does seem to stem from a legend brought by the Norse during the settlement of the Northern Isles. It is said to inhabit the waters around the Orkney Islands. Many tales were collected by the researcher and Orkney native Walter Trail Dennison in the late 19th century, where he often wrote of what he had heard from local farmers directly, though he encountered only one first-hand account. The Knuckle of V is described in various ways. Dennison claimed that it was a water demon, which turned into a demonic horse as it surfaced on the land. What form the creature takes while in water is not known. However, the one first-hand witness account described it as something far more disturbing than a Kelpie. He claimed that it was, indeed, a demonic horse with fins on its legs, but had what appeared to be a rider atop it, only the rider is but a torso and arms, with a head which bobs side to side as if it were limp. It is attached to the same body as the horse, much like a centaur. The creature has no skin, exposing its muscle and veins. The horse section also has its own head, with one giant eye, and a mouth which breathes toxic smoke. It is said to often roam the beaches of the islands. The Knuckle of V does not merely prey on lone travelers, however. It is capable of such power that it can inflict hardship on all of the islands. Plagues, droughts, famines, the deaths of livestock, many of these hardships were blamed on this demon and its toxic breath. People were so concerned by the Knuckle of V that they would not utter its name without saying a prayer immediately afterward. Despite its great power, it is not invincible. It is in fact sensitive to fresh water, and therefore cannot come ashore when it is raining, and can be escaped by crossing a stream or splashing fresh water on it. It is also confined to the depths of the ocean during the summer months by the Sea Mither, a much more benevolent sea spirit of Orcadian mythology.
Apple Card is the credit card created by Apple. You earn 3% daily cash back up front when you use it to buy a new iPhone 15, AirPods, or any products at Apple. And you can automatically grow your daily cash at 4.15% annual percentage yield when you open a high-yield savings account. Apply for Apple Card in the Wallet app on iPhone. Apple Card subject to credit approval. Savings is available to Apple Card owners subject to eligibility. Savings accounts by Goldman Sachs Bank USA, member FDIC. Terms apply.
Monaghan, a village in Cornwall, a region in the southwest corner of Britain, which is no stranger to strange happenings. April 17th, 1976. Two young girls, June, age 12, and Vicky, 9, Melling, are on vacation with their family when they spot something horrifying flying above the tower of St. Monin in St. Stephen's Church, located about a mile from the center of the village. They describe it as a large, feathered birdman with an owl's face. Surely the imaginations of two children at work, right? Well, evidently the girl's father was so struck by the event that he cut their vacation short and went back to his home in Lancaster immediately. There, he reported the story to a cryptozoologist named Tony Doc Shields. A few months later, two teenage girls spotted the Owlman while they were out camping in the woods near where the creature had been reported in an effort to look for it, gaining a much more detailed view. They described the creature as a man-sized owl with pointed ears, black, pincer-like claws, and glowing red eyes. At first, they claimed they believed it to be a joke, until, terrifyingly, the Owlman shot up in the air. Over the years, more sightings were reported, along with strange owl-like sounds that came from the church every so often. Descriptions became more detailed, but largely remained very similar. Some would go so far as to claim that they were attacked by it. The reports seem to have stopped around the year 2000, however, and there have not been many more sightings reported in the past several years, with many villagers referring to it as a memory, or, especially if they are newcomers, not even knowing about it. And so what was it? Many cryptozoologists note a striking resemblance to the Mothman of America, first observed in West Virginia in 1966 and 67. Ironically, many researchers believe that misidentifications of owls are to blame for the supposed Mothman, and suspect that as well for the Cornish Owlman. Research has shown that people tend to be unreliable at estimating size during brief encounters, especially when excited. Furthermore, it is fairly normal for the eyes of owls to glow red when light is shined into them, as light is reflected by what's called the tapetum lucidum, Latin for bright tapestry, which is a layer of tissue behind the eyes of these creatures as well as many others. Many researchers would guess that that's what's going on here, noting that owls often nest atop church towers. Some, however, suspect that the initial incident was totally made up by the cryptozoologist Tony Doc Shields, who had a reputation for creating hoaxes. The Mothman of Point Pleasant is often considered an unusual cryptid, not merely a misunderstood animal, but a supernatural being which appears as a warning of imminent danger. Perhaps that could be the case for the Owlman of Monin as well. Dartmoor, an area of southwest England in County Devon. The area is home to about 30,000 people and is protected under English law as a national park which stretches well over 300 square miles. The grasslands and bogs of this area are famous for their beauty, making the area a popular tourist destination. However, in the famously dreary English weather, the area can appear rather ghostly. Indeed, it is an appropriate setting for a number of legends and reports of unusual activity. One example of this are the strange events that have taken place on the road known as B3212 between the hamlet of Postbridge and an area known as Two Bridges near Belliver Forest. For at least 100 years, motorists and bicyclists have reported having had unusual accidents along this road. Some claim horses have shied away from the area as well. Many of the victims of these accidents survive and go on to report that the circumstances of their accidents have left them baffled. These aren't your standard cases of distracted driving, resulting in your average fender bender. Many of these drivers have reported that they felt as if they were forced off the road suddenly, as if they had lost control of the wheel to another force. Some claim that it has been occurring since 1910, but the first verifiable incidents are from the 1920s. Attention to these accidents grew in the summer of 1921, following a string of them. The first involved a motorcyclist, Dr. Ernest H. Helby, who suddenly lost control of his motorcycle. As he struggled to regain control, he yelled for his daughters in the sidecar to jump. He crashed and was killed instantly, but it is said his daughters survived. It's worth noting, though, the initial reports do not mention the daughters' presence, and the census records do not mention their existence, but it appears that some of the newspapers did mention them. More on that later. Anyway, finally, on August 26th of that year, an army officer claimed to have identified the culprit. He claimed that a pair of large, hairy, powerful hands had grabbed a hold of his motorcycle while he was in the same area, and forced him off the road. Though this character and the reports of the incident remain ambiguous, he is said to have survived and reported the incident to a friend, whereafter the incident became famous. It was the first of many reports to come of the hairy hands of Dartmoor. Reports continued throughout the 1920s and beyond. Throughout the 20th century, most of the reports were very similar. A pair of hands, sometimes visible, large, muscular, and hairy, suddenly materializing in the same section of road and attempting to force motorists and bicyclists off, oftentimes succeeding. However, there were other reports of the hands being spotted outside of these circumstances as well, such as in the case of one woman who was out camping with her husband in 1924. She claimed that she found the hands attempting to gain access to her caravan one night, until she made the sign of the cross, causing them to flee. Again, she described the hands as hairy, large, and moving on their own. These reports may seem like a convenient excuse for poor driving, or a quick way for a shallow individual to gain some attention, but it seems that many of the victims genuinely believed what they've seen, such as Rufus Endel, who survived an accident which he claimed was caused by the hairy hands. He kept the incident mostly private, recounting his experience to the author Michael Williams, asking of him that he not share it in his book Supernatural Dartmoor until after his death. Some have claimed that the hands likely belonged to a spirit who died in the area, perhaps from a car accident, or perhaps they belonged to a deceased prisoner formerly held in the local Dartmoor prison. Indeed, the first victim in the summer of 21 worked at the prison. Or perhaps the spirit is much more ancient, belonging to a Bronze Age village that once existed in the area, who still attempts to ward off trespassers. However, many people, most notably many of the locals, remain unconvinced and attribute the accidents to the road itself, which can be dangerous, especially to people unfamiliar with it, or other causes. Locals sometimes expressed concern that the tales were fabrications that would lead to a decline in tourist revenue. Furthermore, many of the supposed encounters with the hairy hands, such as the encounter with the woman in the caravan in 1924, raise a number of questions that contradict key elements of the story, calling them into question. At times, modern versions of the stories even differ from the original reports, thanks to newspapers and careless storytellers. Indeed, some have gone so far as to question the existence of not merely the hands, but even some of the individuals claimed to have reported the stories, as I hinted at earlier. Perhaps the nail in the coffin for this one is the fact that the decline in reported incidents parallels an improvement in vehicle and transportation technology. But is that truly the end of it? Well, whatever's going on, perhaps it would be wise to exercise a little extra caution should you find yourself traveling down this road. Throughout Germanic and Celtic mythology, there are numerous tales of what scholars call ghostly black dogs. Britain, especially England and Wales, is a hotbed of these legends. Across the island, there are many different names for these haunting canines, with reports of them continuing to this very day. The Black Shuck of East Anglia, the Barghest of Northumberland, the Capelthwaite of Westmoreland, the Black Dog of Newgate Prison, the Gytrash of the North, the Black Dog of Cannock Chase, the Black Dog of the Welsh St. Donald's Castle, the Black Dog of Tring, the Freiburg, and, well, the list continues. These hellhounds are anything but man's best friend. The dogs are simply the forms that demons, ghosts, or some other unnatural shape-shifting entities are said to assume. The origins of the deathly black dog legends from the underworld are quite old, even predating Christianity. The tales may be so old that the Greek hound of Hades, Cerberus, may stem from the same roots. They are generally described as solitary, though not always, vicious-looking dogs, larger than most, with shaggy black fur, large teeth and claws, and eyes which glow ominously in the darkness, though sometimes it is described as having only a single glowing red eye, like a cyclops. Sometimes even, the dog has a human face or is headless, as is the case for the one in Ivelet, a hamlet in Yorkshire, or can become invisible, like the Barghest and Padfoot. They are said to wander the night, namely in churchyards, graveyards, and empty fields. Sometimes the footsteps are silent. Other times they are accompanied by the sound of rattling chains. Some of them even, like the Gabriel hounds, fly through the night sky. The howls are loud and bone-chilling. Legend holds that, should you hear such a howl, you should close your eyes immediately. Infamously, the black dog is often an omen of death. Sometimes, as with the black shuck, a sighting warrants your own death, either immediately by the ferocious beast itself or by unnatural forces under his control within the next year. Black ghost dogs have been written about in England since the Middle Ages, and again likely predate writing on the island. There is a tale of the black shuck from the Old English shuka, meaning devil, specifically, which comes from 1577. The 16th century English clergyman Abraham Fleming tells that on August 4th of that year, a black dog attacked the churches of Bungay and Blythburgh. 2 people were killed at Bungay, and on the same day, another 3 at Blythburgh, by a dog which appeared outside the church, broke in, and began attacking churchgoers. The dog is said to leave scorch marks behind, as well as the smell of brimstone, aka sulfur, wherever it goes. Holy Trinity Church in Blythburgh claims these marks, called the Devil's Fingerprints, remain on its door to this day. In Dartmoor, there has been a legend since the 17th century of a man who sold his soul to the devil, the Squire Richard Cabell. Upon his death, black hounds surrounded his burial chamber. His tale served as the inspiration for Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's The Hound of the Baskervilles, a Sherlock Holmes story. In the north of England, in Northumberland
My
and
mom
Durham
said hi back.
specifically, it is said that the Barghest roams. The Barghest is quite similar to the shuck, save for a few notable attributes. Firstly, interestingly, it is unable to cross rivers. Secondly, it appears to be more likely to vary in the forms that it takes, at times appearing in forms such as a headless person who disappears in flame, or a white cat. The Barghest is said to haunt the countryside, though it has been reported even in urban areas such as the city of York, preying on innocent people. In William Henderson's 1879 Notes on the Folklore of the Northern Counties of England and the Border Territories, he claims that, like many ghostly black dogs, the Barghest signals death, though not necessarily the death of the individual to whom he appears, but rather an important member of the community. Following the death of the individual, the Barghest forms a kind of funeral procession with the local dogs. Should anyone get in the Barghest's way, it inflicts a wound on them which never heals. The Yeth Hound of Devon is said to be the spirit of an unbaptized child who has taken the form of a headless dog and wanders the forest at night, wailing like a baby. One protection from the dogs, it is said, is to carry a cross, or a picture of a saint. The black dogs are not exclusively evil, however. Some are said to be merely apparitions who keep to themselves. Others may even do services for the community of which they are a part. The Church Grim, for example, are said to be spirits of dogs which protect churches from vandals and evildoers. They, too, announce impending death when one rings the church bell at midnight. The Girt Dog of Somerset is even said to be benevolent and watches over children specifically, protecting them from evildoers. There is a famous tale of 2 convicted criminals from the early 1900s who admitted that they intended to rob and murder a man in the forest, but were scared off by the presence of a black dog. In Scotland, the dogs are said to guard treasure. The Unity of Wales, interestingly, is said to take the form of a mastiff.
You were made for this.
Oh, shit.
For going places?
However you decide to get there. Made for the kind of friends who live for friendly competition.
Oh, a zebra?
Made for seeing where life takes you.
And getting there no matter what!
Made for sharing memories.
Maybe not that one.
You were made for this, and we were made to be right there with you.
Not only is it the island's most famous cryptid, but it is unquestionably one of the most famous in the entire world, on par with the Sasquatch. Loch Ness, in the Highlands of Scotland, is the largest loch by volume in the British Isles, containing more water than all the lakes of England and Wales combined. The loch has long been considered a home of many of the strange water creatures said to haunt Scotland, such as the aforementioned water horses. The most famous monster said to inhabit these murky waters, however, attracts the interest of millions from around the world to this day. She is no horse, not even a demonic one. When the first encounter with what is called the Loch Ness Monster, or Nessie, took place is unclear. Some believe the first report comes from as far back as the 6th century AD. The abbot Eunan mentions something intriguing in the biography he wrote of a relative whom he never met, Saint Columba, a central figure of Scottish Christianity who lived in this time. While on his mission to convert the native Picts to Christianity, he encountered a group of men burying a man whom they claimed died after having been attacked by a water beast in the nearby River Ness, which is connected to but is technically not the loch itself. Saint Columba decided to confront this beast, sending one of his followers into the river. When the beast approached this swimmer, it is claimed Saint Columba made the sign of the cross and commanded the beast back into the water. The beast paused and then sank below. It's unclear what kind of beast the tale refers to. As we've seen throughout this presentation, the Celts loved their water monster mythology. Whether or not this was the origin of the Loch Ness monster mythology in unrelated tale, or if, in fact, it was a medieval report of an encounter with something actually in the water, remains debated. Overall, the true fascination with Nessie doesn't seem to have started until the modern era. The earliest reports of what we could clearly call Nessie come from the early 1800s, when there were reported sightings of something unusual moving around in the water, sometimes referred to as sea serpents. These reports became more popular in the late 1800s. The most famous string of incidents, however, which sparked public attention from around the world, took place in 1933. On April 15th of that year, John and Aldy Mackay were driving along the A82 route next to the loch. While looking out the window, Aldy claimed she saw a creature which resembled a whale, rolling and plunging in the water for about a full minute before finally disappearing into the water. She said it had 2 humps and was about 20 feet in length. And it's worth noting, Aldy was aware of the mythology surrounding the beast prior to the sighting. On July 22nd of that same year, a report came from a man named George Spicer. He claimed that while he and his wife were out driving on a road by Loch Ness, a large creature, about 4 feet high and 25 feet long, passed in front of their car. Reportedly limbless, it slithered across the road toward the lake. Its neck alone, it was claimed, accounted for about half of its length. He claimed it was somewhat like a dragon or prehistoric creature. Sightings continued throughout the years. Immediately, as the newspapers blew up with stories, people set out to try to be the first to photograph the beast. The first alleged photograph was taken in November of 1933 by Hugh Gray, though this was quickly deemed to be a fake, depicting either a Labrador retriever or an otter. Another photograph was taken the following spring by Robert Kenneth Wilson, a local surgeon and gynecologist. This photograph, shown here, known as the surgeon's photograph because of Wilson's desired anonymity, became the most famous piece of evidence for the existence of the monster, and remains famous to this day. However, after extensive examination, it is now recognized as a famous fabrication. Indeed, many years later, it was revealed to be a hoax after all, with the main perpetrator being a man named Marmaduke Wetherell, who had already faked evidence of the monster before. Wilson was merely the one who claimed to have taken the photograph to avoid suspicion. Some individuals were so convinced of the monster's existence that they began to advocate for its protection, fearing hunters. Others, however, including many who had been living near and working on the loch for decades, remained quite doubtful of the presence of any such monsters lurking below. Attention on such things subsided during the war, but the subject became more common again in the 50s. Amid the numerous sighting reports came more photographs, and even videos, many of which were quickly proven or considered quite likely to be hoaxes or misidentifications. One family, on a boat, even claimed to have collided with the monster, causing the grandfather on board so much shock that he had a heart attack. Thankfully, there was some flesh from whatever they hit left on the engine of the boat. This was extremely useful to the search for the Loch Ness Monster. Or at least it could have been had the flesh not been scrubbed off from the engine and discarded immediately by a work crew. In 1977, an even clearer picture of the monster was taken by Tony Doc Shields. Remember him from the initial Owlman of Monon incident, which had occurred shortly before this? This is why he earned a suspicious reputation. The monster does, in fact, appear to be yet another hoax in this photograph. Not every event was so easily explainable, however. In 1954, the boat Rival 3 claimed it picked up a large object following the vessel from about 500 feet below on its sonar readings. This event has been left unexplained. It wasn't the first attempt at using sonar to find the animal, and certainly not the last. There have been many more attempts throughout the decades, many being much more complex and thorough, which also have found interesting things. Large, moving masses under the water were observed in many different surveys, such as the ones undertaken by Robert H. Rines, though what exactly these were remains unexplained. Many different things could turn out to be the culprits. Because the water is quite murky, it's often hard to see far below the surface.
Why not? Why? L'eau de parfum, Yves Saint Laurent.
Because of incidents like these, despite the fact that there is no shortage of hoaxes, science has yet to conclude without a doubt that there is no undiscovered species of large marine animal in Loch Ness. The question not only carries on into this day, but there is an average of 10 reported sightings every year, some of which are occasionally photographed or even recorded and make international news. It's so popular that the animal quickly became a kind of national symbol of Scotland. Naturally, however, we must remember the fact that a situation is unexplained does not vindicate the wildest explanation available. There is a whole list of more rational explanations for what people are seeing. As one would expect, essentially anything large floating in the water could be mistaken for the monster. Mistaken Nessie reports have been attributed to otters, dogs, boats and boat trails, driftwood, drifting peat moss, fish, seals, birds, deer, optical illusions, waves, geologic activity, anything unusual in the water, and oftentimes even usual things that are easily mistaken. It's quite easy for excitement to blind the skeptical eye of many people, and the legend is certainly exciting. However, again, there are other explanations which maintain that people really are seeing something radical, and they're not as wild as one might expect. Most of them anyway. A famous hypothesis is that Nessie, or Nessies, are a remnant species, or at least a descendant of, what are called plesiosaurs. Now, as an amateur fossil hunter and paleontology enjoyer, I find myself compelled to mention that everyone says that this means Nessie could be a dinosaur, but plesiosaurs are technically not dinosaurs. But they did exist at the same time, living from about 200 to 65 million years ago. The thinking is that Nessie could be, as I said, a remnant of these ancient creatures. This hypothesis goes back to the 1900s, when paleontology was really starting to take off and people were curious about what these fossilized creatures were, and if, perhaps, any of them were still around. Recall, of course, Spicer mentioned he thought Nessie could be a prehistoric creature. Indeed, Nessie's description is quite similar to what your average plesiosaur is believed to have looked like, although reported descriptions admittedly vary widely, which is quite important. Some people have even described it as looking like a camel, which walks on all fours. It would not be the first time that a species of animal previously assumed to have been extinct for millions of years was discovered. As I briefly mentioned in the North America video, the coelacanth was also assumed to have gone extinct during the KPG extinction event 66 million years ago, but was found swimming off the coast of South Africa in 1938. That's an intriguing example, but in imperfect comparison. The coelacanth was far less exciting, lived in very far-off regions from where researchers were primarily working, and is not quite as big or radical as what Nessie is claimed to be. There are a number of critical problems with the plesiosaur hypothesis itself, furthermore, such as that plesiosaurs would have to appear frequently since they rose from the water to breathe. There doesn't appear to be enough food in the loch to support a significant population of the beasts, and most importantly, the loch is only 10,000 years old, and the entrance to the ocean is too narrow and shallow for a large beast to cross. So probably not a plesiosaur. But still, perhaps a large sea animal has yet to be discovered. Some have posited that it could be a species of shark native to the northern oceans, such as the Greenlandic shark. Another suggestion is a giant catfish, such as the El's catfish, or the European sea sturgeon, which are often bigger than the average man. Another suggestion is a giant eel, as eels are common in the loch. The problem with that is that Nessie hasn't ever been reported to swim side to side like eels do, and eels generally prefer the bottom of these large bodies of water. But many scientists still claim it remains a viable hypothesis, more viable than the others in fact. Why? Well, in 2018, a DNA analysis of the loch was undertaken by a team from New Zealand which found no presence of sharks, sea sturgeons, catfish, anything reptile, or anything unknown. But there was a heavy DNA presence of eels, as well as amphibians. Although this analysis did not find any DNA of otters or seals either, which are present in the loch, and rare creatures do occasionally wander in from the ocean through the narrow river Ness. Some have speculated that Nessie could, therefore, be a giant undiscovered amphibian, though this explanation still does not take precedence over the many simpler explanations. For now, the Nessie debate continues, and perhaps it will never be solved for certain. It's a bit more likely than many other cryptids reported around the world, but in my personal opinion, the evidence is weaker than that which is presented for the Sasquatch. Whatever Nessie is, though, assuming she is something, she thankfully appears peaceful. But she's not alone. There are multiple lochs and other bodies of water said to harbor Nessie-like creatures as well in Scotland and throughout the British Isles. Some may be myths inspired by the Nessie myth. Others claim they could be members of the same species, and still others say that these creatures are different monsters entirely. Another example lies 70 miles to the west of Loch Ness in Lake Morar. Here, too, it is believed by some, a sea monster dwells, called Morag. It's of course less popular than Nessie, but excluding the ambiguous account of St. Columba, sightings appear to be roughly as old. Indeed, sightings of the Morag go back to the late 1800s, and much like Nessie, continue to this day, at times with multiple witnesses. Morag appears to be Nessie's more temperamental sister. One famous encounter in 1969 holds that two men accidentally hit the creature with their boat, causing her to attack them, leading to a brief fight which may have led to her being shot. However, the legend of Morag originally referred to a mermaid-like creature, said to be half human, half fish, and rather beautiful. Her sighting was not desired, however, as it was claimed her appearance was an omen of death, often as a result of drowning. Today, however, Morag refers to a reported creature more along the lines of Nessie. Finally, we return 600 miles south to Cornwall, to the Falmouth Bay. Some locals claim a creature similar to Nessie lurks here as well, the Morgower, Cornish for sea giant, not to be confused with Morag. The first purported sighting came from a woman named Mary F. in 1976. Mary F. was not the one to report the beast, however, at least to the Falmouth Packet news outlet which reported the story. Rather, the information was sent by a man named Tony Doc... Oh, for goodness sake. The legend, which some claim Shields invented himself, although I'm not making any accusations here, purportedly goes back to the First World War. Shields claims to have sighted it as well in 1976, and even claims to have photographed the beast. In fact, he has even claimed to be able to summon it. It is described as a sea serpent with a long neck and dark skin, being either black or brown. Ever since these initial reports, however, many other witnesses have claimed to have seen the beast, specifically in an area known colloquially as Morgower's Mile. Myths and legends. Doubtlessly as old as humanity itself. Perhaps these are all fairy tales, inspired by things like misunderstandings, misidentifications, and the simple fun of making up a good story and the usefulness that such legends could bring to people, such as discouraging encounters in strange areas with real threats in the world. Or perhaps there is indeed something to at least one of the creatures featured here. Perhaps something quite efficient at evading detection, like Nessie, or something practically unexplainable, whose existence is attributable to forces currently beyond human understanding. Either way, I believe that these stories are important. They are pieces of culture which should continue to be passed down and preserved. I hope you enjoyed this video. If so, I invite you to come check out the rest of Fire of Learning, especially our Campfire playlist, which has more videos on things like cryptids, legendary creatures, as well as holidays, and to subscribe for more videos like this in the future. You can help support the production of videos like these by donating on Patreon, the link to which is in the description. I'd like to thank my current patrons listed here for their support. Fire of Learning is also on Instagram, and I have a science channel called Lucinox, so come check us out there too. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to Flashpoint History, time periods that changed the world. I'd like to thank everybody for listening to this podcast today. This is going to be the first of a three-part series on Attila the Hun. One of the hardest parts to this podcast was to determine exactly where to begin. If you look up Attila online or in any type of book, he's immediately portrayed as this mass-murdering villain, someone who blitzed his way through Europe, razed cities to the ground, murdered countless times. Someone who, if you look him up online, you're going to immediately be blasted by images of one of the most evil men in history, a barbarian, someone that the Roman Catholic Church at the time called Flagellum Dei, the scourge of God. Obviously not the type of person that you want to invite home for dinner. And to some extent, the historical record is accurate. This was, after all, a man who threatened not just the Eastern, but also the Western Roman Empire. He razed cities. He treated life as if it was the lowest common denominator. And now this completely goes against what I was originally planning for this podcast. I was going to start with the idea that the Huns never actually had their own written history, that most of the information that we have on them comes from the Romans, who are obviously not going to portray him in a very good light. And I was hoping to start with something kind of akin to Braveheart, where you talk about how the Huns, under the leadership of Attila, rose from relative obscurity to take on the largest empire of its time, and in the process obtain its own niche in the grand scheme of civilization. What I guess you could call a sense of glory. But this was not going to be a Braveheart story. There was no heroic, noble character, and kind of sad to say, there was no beautiful French princess for him to fall in love with. However, the more research I did into making this podcast, the more I realized that there was actually a better story there than just kind of what met the eye. This was a story of a large civilization's hubris, the hubris of the Roman Empire. A story of civilization versus the nomad, Rome versus the barbarian. This turned out to be a story about what happens when a civilization becomes overextended and whose decline is so profound that it allows for the rise of men like Attila. It's kind of like that old adage, nature abhors a vacuum. And in this situation, it's very true. So with this, I think the place that we need to begin is with the late Roman Empire. For those of you out there that want to hear about the blitzkrieg that I had mentioned earlier through Europe, you're going to have to wait till the second part of this podcast. But I recommend you listen to how this developed and keep those themes that I had mentioned in mind as we kind of go along. And so what was the late Roman Empire truly like? Because this no longer was the empire that was established by Julius Caesar and consolidated under the rule of Caesar Augustus, nor was it the empire that was expanded under emperors such as Trajan, Hadrian, or even Marcus Aurelius. This was a Roman Empire of the 4th and 5th century, a civilization that was in decline. I personally like to make comparisons to the Roman Empire to the German Wehrmacht in World War II. It was no longer a blitzkrieging, fast-moving, all-conquering civilization, but rather one that had developed fortifications, that was surrounded by enemies, and was rife with internal dissent. Now, first and foremost, the Roman Empire was no longer under the command of one particular emperor. Under the reign of an emperor by the name of Diocletian in the late part of the 3rd century, early part of the 4th century, the Roman Empire had come under the governance of 2 co-emperors, Diocletian and Maximian, and they adopted sons who would be considered Augusti. And so this was a time period where you had literally 4 people running the empire, or what they would call the tetrarchy. And so with this division in leadership, you also had a physical division of the actual empire itself. The Eastern Roman Empire, which later historians would call the Byzantine, consisted of places like Greece, Egypt, Asia Minor, the Middle East, whereas the Western Roman Empire would consist of Gaul, which is France, England, and Spain. And the original idea was that all of these realms were to help one another in times of crisis. But in actuality, what you had was the perfect recipe for civil war, which became an endemic part of Roman life from that period onwards. Now, with any type of power struggle, there's always going to be one that is going to slowly claw their way to the top. And in this situation, a man by the name of Constantine, who will later be known to historians as Constantine the Great, and this is a man that probably deserves an entire podcast unto himself, but he came to power. He fought against his rivals. In the year 312, on October 28th, he fought a battle called the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, which he was able to win. But the interesting aspect of this battle was that just prior to this battle, he had a vision where he saw the Christian symbol, the chai and the rho, looks kind of like a P with an X through it. This presented itself to him, and he was told by a voice, in hoc signo vinces, which I'm probably murdering this Latin, but it means, in this sign you will conquer. And so he told all of his soldiers to paint that symbol on their shields. And even though they were outnumbered, they marched into battle and they won. And of course, this sets into motion a series of events which will cause another profound shift in the Roman Empire as Christianity slowly becomes into the limelight. And indeed, in the year 313, Constantine passes the Edict of Milan, which grants Christianity official recognition. In 321, Sunday is identified as the official rest day. And between May 12th and June 19th of 325, the Council of Nicaea was held to establish a formal creed for all Christians to believe in. But Constantine also does something which causes yet another profound shift in the Roman Empire. He moves the capital. He establishes the city of Constantinople in the year 330 AD. And he establishes the city on an area called the Hellespont, which is an area of land that sticks out into the Bosphorus. It's surrounded by water. It's extremely defensible territory. It's on the edge of Europe and Asia. And it becomes not only the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, but it becomes a city that will preserve knowledge and Western civilization for the next 1,000 years. And so the Roman Empire becomes fragmented. You have two capitals, and by the way, going back to Rome, it no longer was really a capital. Milan became much more important, and eventually Ravenna took that role, whereas Rome became, as Christopher Kelly wrote in his book, The End of Empire, a crumbling mausoleum. It became a boneyard of temples and triumphant arches and a relic of former glory. And this divided late Roman Empire was no longer truly expanding. It was surrounded by enemies. The Persian Empire, which had kind of waxed and waned in power, had started assuming its dominance of the Middle East. And instead of leading campaigns of conquest, like if you read back about Julius Caesar taking over Gaul, the Romans had now adopted a policy of building fixed fortifications, which of course was nothing really new. The Romans always had fortifications as they went along. Their cities all had walls, but at this point the Rhine River Valley had a series of walls. The Danube had a series of fortifications. If you go to England and you go almost to the border of Scotland, you can see the remnants of Hadrian's Wall, which was built to keep out the northern barbarian. And to be perfectly fair, the Romans did have a couple of series of reconquests of their former empire when they lost territory to other civilizations. But as a whole, the civilization was starting its slow and gradual decline. Behind these aforementioned fortifications were lands that were filled with nomadic and semi-nomadic people that were slowly coming together and becoming organized, and they were posing more and more of a threat to Rome itself. Now, in most situations up until this time period, if there was any major threat to the borders of the Roman Empire, usually the Romans could assemble an army and send it into place and neutralize whatever type of threat was out there. But it was coming to a time period where internal dissension and the division of the empire, along with the emergence of Persia and increasing barbarian hordes, were no longer something that Rome could easily contend with. And it is into this world that we begin to hear about people such as the Vandals, the Ostrogoths, the Visigoths, the Vikings, and eventually the Huns. Now, as I mentioned to you before, the Huns never had their own written history. A good deal of what we know of the Huns actually comes from the Romans. And I'd like to start by giving you a quote from that time period. And when you listen to this, I think this is going to be a quote that really will appeal to the cynics in the audience, because it doesn't come across necessarily as just history. It comes across as propaganda. This is a quote from a man by the name of Ammianus Marcellinus. And again, I'm probably getting that name wrong, but in any case, he was a soldier and he was a historian, and he gives one of the best accounts of the Huns. And I quote, "The Huns exceeded any definition of savagery. Although the Huns have the shape, albeit repellent, of human beings, they are so wild in their way of life they have no need of fire or pleasant-tasting food, but eat the roots of uncultivated plants and the half-raw flesh of all sorts of animals. Huns are never sheltered by buildings. Not even a hut thatched with reeds can be found among them. Rather, the Huns roam freely in the mountains and woods, learning from their earliest childhood to endure freezing cold, hunger, and thirst. They wear garments made of linen or stitched together from the pelts of mice found in the wild. Once they have put on a tunic, it is not changed or even taken off until it has been reduced to tatters by a long process of decay and falls apart bit by bit. The Huns are not subject to the direction of a king, but are satisfied with the improvised leadership of their chief men, and batter their way through anything in their path. In agreeing truces, they are faithless and fickle, swaying from side to side in every breeze. Like unthinking animals, they are completely ignorant of the difference between right and wrong. They burn with an unquenchable lust for gold and are so capricious and quick to anger that often without any provocation, they quarrel with their allies more than once on the same day. Fired with an overwhelming desire for seizing the property of others, these swift-moving, ungovernable people make their destructive way amid the pillage and slaughter of those who live around them. End quote. This sounds like very bad journalism, very one-sided. Sounds like the purpose of this is not necessarily to give a history, but to demonize someone in order to make that person easier to subdue and kill. But with any history, there is always some degree of truth in what is being said. Marcellinus also goes on to talk about the Huns, and I quote, "Huns are not well adapted to battle on foot, but are almost glued to their horses, which are certainly hardy, but also ugly. From their horses by day and night they buy, sell, eat, and drink. Slumped over their horses' narrow necks, they relax into a deep sleep. No one in their country ever plows. Like refugees, all without permanent settlement, homes, law, or a fixed way of life, they are always on the move with their wagons in which they live." End quote. Now remember what I had mentioned earlier about one of the motifs of this talk was this concept of civilization versus the nomad. And again, in this last quote, Marcellinus mentions those qualities which he feels are the redeeming quality of Rome, the idea of civilization and fixed settlement, the idea of Roman law, and that it was ubiquitous. And what's more, it was something that could be brought to uncivilized people, quote unquote, in order to enlighten them. And it is this that he uses as the yardstick for which he compares all of these barbarians. And in my opinion, I think this represents a certain degree of hubris. Because as these barbarians make further and further inroads into Roman territory, it becomes harder and harder for the Romans to justify their defeat to these people who they otherwise thought of as being inferior to themselves. Now, historians and anthropologists have looked into the world of the Hun to try to figure out exactly what their side of the story was. And again, unfortunately, there's not that much information there. The general consensus from what I could find was that the Huns were a group of people that came from the Asiatic steppe, which was east of the Volga River. They were people that were specially blessed with the ability to ride horses and to use the composite bow in order to attack their enemies with lightning speed and then disappear into the wilderness. Their original homeland is not very well known. Different historians come up with different ideas. Some have even mentioned that they were possibly even Mongolian in origin, that they came from a group of people known as the Xiongnu, which fought against the Han Empire in China. Others feel that their homeland was in present-day Kazakhstan. But I think the real question is, why did they leave? And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get a good answer to that. But if there's any of you out there that have a good explanation for this, please, by all means, let me know. I'd love to hear from you on this. Now, let's go back to the late Roman Empire. Again, it's divided up into multiple fragments. You have emperors in the east, emperors in the west. Rome is no longer that big of a city as it once was. Christianity is gaining a strong foothold. And fortifications along various areas in the Roman Empire are starting to come under siege. The initial story of the Huns plays out like some sort of space opera. You have this mighty civilization, the Roman Empire with its imperial cities. You have these barbarian hordes kind of on the fringes that are pushing their boundaries, and yet they're all fleeing from something that was horrible and dark on the horizon, that it's slowly making its way westward. Up until the year 370, there aren't that many reports of Huns whatsoever. What you have are all these other groups, people like the Vandals and the Visigoths, that are trying to get away from another entity. And as they make their way west, they are fleeing into the Roman Empire. Our story truly begins on the banks of the Danube River. Now, for those of you who have traveled to Europe, it's probably one of the largest rivers in the world. Its fast-moving waters provide a natural barrier, and it's this that the Romans use as their northern boundary. They set up various fortifications, they patrol it, they even have ships that go up and down to protect their territory and prevent people from crossing. It's onto these banks that a man by the name of Fritigern arrives. Now, Fritigern isn't by himself. He is the leader of a group of people known as the Trevengi, which is a group of Goths. He arrives on the banks in the year 376 with approximately 80,000 people, and they're all fleeing. They're all running away. They had come under pressure from the Huns. They were refugees, and they literally had no other place to go. Now, the Emperor of the East, of Constantinople, of the Eastern Roman Empire, was a man by the name of Valens. And in 376, Fritigern and Valen come to an arrangement. The Goths are allowed passage into the Roman Empire. Now, on paper, this makes complete and total sense to Valens. He has people that he can settle, that can work the fields, that he can tax. And if needed, he has manpower in which he can draft into the Roman army. Now, as a side note, when I was in school, my history teachers would always say that one of the marks of decline in a civilization is when that civilization starts using mercenary forces in order to defend itself. I would say this point is up for debate, but I personally can see the truth behind it. In any case, the Romans, in their attempt to bring these 80,000 people across the Danube, is a process that is immediately botched by Valens' subordinates. For a civilization that was renowned for its efficiency and for its ability to get the job done, I feel that there may be a certain degree of prejudice from the Romans towards these barbarians. Again, this Roman hubris that contributed to this poor maneuver. Now, let me give you an account of exactly what I mean. Again, I'm going back to Christopher Kelly's The End of Empire, who gives a very dramatic account of this crossing. And I quote, "For several days and nights, the Trevengi were ferried across the Danube at one of its narrowest points, near the garrison town of Durostorum, 60 miles west of the Black Sea. This was a dangerous operation made more difficult by the fast-flowing river, still swollen by spring rains. Many Trevengi, frustrated by the slow progress and distrustful of Roman military supervision, ventured to cross in canoes made from hollowed-out logs. The most desperate decided to swim. Some were drowned when overcrowded rafts capsized. Darkness brought only greater confusion. The shouts of terrified families separated in the crush to board the boats, the wash of dead bodies against the bank, and the harsh orders barked by unsympathetic soldiers. The situation was way beyond the Roman commander on the frontier. Without warning, he was faced with 80,000 refugees crammed together in makeshift camp. The overflowing latrine trenches threatened an outbreak of disease. The stench drifted into nearby Durostorum. Half-starved Goths crowded around the grain wagons, whose infrequent deliveries were made under heavy guard. Some paid huge sums of food on the black market. Others were able to buy dog meat only by selling their children as slaves. The going rate was said to be 1 child for each dog." End quote. The Romans, of course, don't end here. The treatment of the Goths becomes a subject for debate, but they are essentially reduced to the level of slaves. They're denied weapons. They're given almost starvation rations. And shortly after that aforementioned crossing, Roman soldiers invite the leaders of the Goths to come and talk, at which point they attempt to have them assassinated. Now, they're not entirely successful. Fritigern manages to escape. And this turns out to be one of the biggest mistakes that the Eastern Roman Empire would make. Again, this kind of brings to mind that beginning scene of Braveheart where the leaders of the Scottish tribes were all hung in the barn. For those of you who haven't seen the movie, I recommend it. It's not exactly historically accurate, but it does kind of set the mood for what I'm talking about. Now, as it turns out, Fritigern is not just a leader of his people. He is also a very skilled politician, and he is a keen strategist. He starts to gather his people together and starts training them to become a fighting force. He then goes on to start incorporating other tribes and other peoples that have been displaced by the Romans and by the Huns into his army as well. He even reaches out to a group of people known as the Gruthungi. Now, the Gruthungi were a group of people that were actually denied entrance into the Roman Empire. If you recall, Valens allowed the Goths to cross into Roman territory, but he purposefully kept these people out. He didn't want to overpopulate his lands with quote-unquote barbarians. So if you could imagine yourself as these people running from your lives, trying to escape with what little you had and arriving at the gates of the Roman Empire, only to have those gates slammed shut in your face. That is what they had to deal with. And they were only too willing to join Fritigern and his army as it was slowly increasing in size. Now, surprisingly enough, in the year 377, there are reports that portions of the Huns are actually signing up as mercenaries for Fritigern's army. Now, these are the exact same people that Fritigern and his Goths were actually running from in the first place. But Fritigern must have realized that old adage, the enemy of my enemy must be my friend, and so he employs them. He doesn't employ a whole bunch of them, just maybe about 1,000 or 2,000, but still enough to reinforce his ranks. And then with this army, he starts marching towards Constantinople. And when Emperor Valens hears about this army encroaching onto his capital city, he has no choice. He builds up an army of his own, and he calls to the Western Roman Empire demanding help. The Western Roman Empire at this time is run by a man by the name of Gratian, who is very slow in responding, because Gratian has his own problems to contend with. The fortifications along the Rhine River and all the tribes of Germania are starting to act up, and he's got to keep a portion of his forces there to contend with them. But in either case, he drags tail when it comes to sending reinforcements to help out Emperor Valens. So Fritigern and his Goths are given a free hand to rape and pillage and destroy everything in their path on their march towards Constantinople. And so finally, Valens decides to move on his own. He sends out scouts to search out and find this army and to determine how big it is. And they return with reports that the army is not that big. But the problem is that they did not see everything. All they had seen was Fritigern's infantry. What they failed to notice are that group of people known as the Gruthungi that we had mentioned earlier, because they were cavalry people. They were on horseback, and they were off grazing their horses, and this was not picked up by the Roman scouts. And so when these scouts return back to Valens, he feels that he has numerical superiority, and he decided to march out and confront this army. And he makes the mistake of not waiting for reinforcements from the Western Roman Empire to appear. Some people say that one of the reasons he did it was because he wanted to have all the glory of defeating the Goths all to himself. And so in the middle of summer, he sets out his forces in order to engage this enemy rebel Goth army. And he marches westward and finally arrives at the city of Adrianople, where he sets up camp. But he still believes that he has numerical superiority, and wanting to really get at the enemy, he doesn't even allow his troops to truly have time to rest. The day is August 9th, in the year 378 CE. Valens gets word that the Goth army is only approximately 8 miles to the north of Adrianople, and so he accumulates his forces and starts marching them into battle. Now, the standard military tactic of Roman infantry and cavalry was that the infantry were slower moving, so they stayed in the middle and they created these lines of men that had shields to defend one another, and they would slowly march forward. On their flanks, both to the left and to the right of the infantry, would be the cavalry, because these were faster moving units that could engage and disengage the enemy, and what's more, they could protect the infantry. Now, the purpose of warfare at this time was not to do just a direct confrontation, even though that was usually what happened, but a truly skilled commander was able to attack the enemy's flank. And if you were very good at what you did, you could actually get into the enemy's rear, and if you could attack them either by the flank or the rear, in most situations, you could actually rout an enemy force from the field of battle. Now, take a second and imagine yourself as a Roman infantry grunt. You had just marched all the way from Constantinople all the way to Adrianople, and now, in the middle of the summer heat, you had all your equipment and you were marching again to the north to take on the enemy. You were exhausted, you were dehydrated, and finally, when the enemy does come into view, you notice that he is up on top of this hill. He has taken all of his wagons and encircled them to create a fixed fortification, and it's into this that you have to attack. Now, Fritigern and the Goths knew that the Romans were coming. He actually commanded his troops to set off brush fires along the path that the Romans were marching. These fires created dust, they created smoke, and they exacerbated the dehydration and the fatigue that the Romans were already suffering from. Now, most importantly, this smoke served the purpose of inhibiting the Romans' line of sight. They couldn't see very far beyond it, and they didn't realize that they were marching into a trap. In the early afternoon, at approximately 2 to 3 p.m., Emperor Valens sends the Roman cavalry into a flanking maneuver to attack what he thinks is only infantry at the top of the hill. We actually have a first-hand account of what that maneuver was like. It was recorded by Ammianus Marcellinus, the same historian and soldier who gave us that horrendously awful account of the Huns, which I had mentioned earlier. He stated, and I quote, "Our left wing had advanced actually up to the wagons with the intent to push on still further if they were properly supported, but they were deserted by the rest of the cavalry, and so pressed upon by the superior numbers of the enemy that they were overwhelmed and beaten down. And by this time such clouds of dust arose that it was scarcely possible to see the sky, which resounded with horrible cries, and in consequence the darts, which were bearing death on every side, reached their mark and fell with deadly effect, because no one could see them beforehand so as to guard against them." End quote. As a member of the Roman infantry, you would have expected your cavalry to go forth and bring a decisive blow to the enemy, but what you would have seen, if you were there, was a very peculiar sight, because you see your cavalry was not bringing you victory. It was instead running from the field of battle, and as it ran, it was exposing your own flank. The real question was, why was it running? But that question would soon be answered, because directly on the heels of the Roman imperial cavalry were the cavalry forces of the Goths. It was the Gruthungi, the very same people that Valens had barred entry into the Roman Empire. It was the same people that allied themselves to Fritigern and his army to gain some sense of revenge. It was they that the Roman scouts had failed to detect, and now they were descending on the flanks of the Roman army. But this was a realization that came too late for Emperor Valens. The Goth cavalry had gained the initiative. They had routed the imperial cavalry from the field of battle, and what's more, it allowed Fritigern and his infantry to have a free hand to smash directly into the Roman infantry's front line. When the dust settled from this battle, the Roman army had been annihilated. Now, the actual number of casualties vary depending on which source that you read. Some sources state that the Romans lost about 10,000 men. Other sources that I've read state that the number could be as high as 20,000. But what is known for sure is that amongst all that carnage, amongst all those dead and dying bodies, was the body of Emperor Valens himself. The Battle of Adrianople, as this became known as, was by far not the first major defeat in Roman history. Looking back, if you look at the year CE 9, when the Romans were taking on the Germanic tribes in present-day Germany, they had a tremendously awful defeat at the Battle of Teutoburg Forest. If you look back even further, in the year 260...
The mission: get your holiday gifts on time or your money back. The answer? Etsy. Whether you want home pieces like serveware and throw pillows, or style items like handbags and knits, Etsy has it. New to Etsy? Use code JOLLY10 for 10% off your first purchase. Maximum discount value of $50. Expires December 31st, 2023. Terms at etsy.com/terms. To claim refunds, see requirements and exclusions at etsy.com/legal/buyers.
BCE, when Rome was taking on the Carthaginians, they had a decisive defeat at the Battle of Cannae, which was actually on Roman soil itself. It was the masterpiece of a military genius, a Carthaginian general by the name of Hannibal, a man who, in my opinion, I believe probably deserves a podcast really all onto himself. But going back to the Battle of Adrianople, this is a battle that historians to this day debate about its true significance. Some historians claim that this really was the nail in the Roman coffin. It was the beginning of the end. It was from this point onward that the Romans really lost the initiative against the barbarians, and from that time onward, they were just kind of lambs to the slaughter. Whereas more contemporary historians that I've read kind of rewrite the history on that. They kind of say, yeah, it was a pretty bad battle, and, you know, the Romans lost, and it was kind of a bad thing, but it really wasn't that bad in the grand scheme of things. And they claim that later Roman emperors, people like Justinian, were able to really reconquer a great portion of territory. This is a topic that I would love to hear from the audience, because the true significance of this battle varies so dramatically, but depending on which type of historian you hear from. So if anybody has a good opinion on this, I'd, again, love to hear from you. But in my opinion, the Battle of Adrianople was a milestone. And it was a milestone for the following reasons. Number one, I do feel that the Roman Empire lost initiative. They had to rebuild that army. They needed more infantry and more cavalry. They even needed a new emperor. Number two, the barbarians that had fought against the Romans had clearly demonstrated that not only had they been able to cross the Danube and settle in Roman lands, but they were able to defend that territory and thus establish a very strong foothold. And number three, which I think is probably the most important reason, the Battle of Adrianople was a psychological milestone. Because you have to understand that the Roman Empire at this time period was truly the superpower of its time. It was feared, or at least respected, by most of its neighbors. And this battle proved that Roman armies and Roman emperors were no longer inviolate. They could be defeated on the field of battle. And so we enter into a time period that I'd like to call the post-Adrianople world. This is a time when you see more activity coming from the barbarians, specifically the Huns, as they make more inroads into the Roman Empire. What you also have is a very profound struggle between both the Eastern and Western Roman empires for dominance. And so we should go back to the aftermath of the Battle of Adrianople. Again, the year is 378. Fritigern, his Goth army, his Hun and Greuthungi reinforcements are left victorious. However, they're not able to exploit this victory because his army lacks the sophistication of siege tactics. And so as they come to other Roman cities that have walls around them, they simply can't get inside of those walls. Now, there's only so much pillaging that a rebel Goth barbarian army can do before they simply run out of things to pillage. And so as their food runs low and they don't have very good logistical supply, their army begins to fall apart. This buys the Eastern Roman Empire some time to start rebuilding. Of course, the first order of business is to bring in a new emperor, and so a man by the name of Theodosius I, is placed in command of the Eastern Roman Empire. And one of the first things that he does in almost standard Roman pompous rhetoric is to vow vengeance against the Goths. And he creates an army and he ventures forth to reclaim his territory. But what happens is basically 4 years of stalemated fighting. And so finally in 382, when Theodosius realizes that he's not getting anywhere and he's not able to throw the Goths off his land, he's forced to make a shift in his foreign policy. He allows the Goths and the Huns and the Trevenghi and the Greuthungi and other groups to settle within Roman lands. He does this with the expectation that these groups will provide manpower for his army, but in the process, what he creates is a Hun toehold within the Roman Empire. Theodosius even goes so far as to have his own advisors come up with propaganda to justify to his people why he's allowing the barbarians to settle within Roman lands.
This is a quote by a man by the name of Themistius, who was one of Theodosius' advisors. He states, and I quote, "For such are the victories of reason and humanity, not to destroy, but rather to improve the lot of those who are responsible for the suffering. Was it then better to fill the Danube provinces with the dead or with farmers, to make it full of tombs or of men, to travel through a wilderness or cultivated fields, to count up the number of slain or of those who work the land?" End quote. This is obviously not the rhetoric of an empire in its best days. Let's make a comparison. Once in life, I recommend to all my listeners that they need to travel to Rome. This is a city that is replete with history and, in my opinion, is probably one of the most fun and exciting cities anyone can travel to in Europe. When you get there, go to the very heart of the city, and near the Roman Forum, you're going to find a column that is dedicated to the Emperor Trajan. This is a monument that was built in the year 113 CE, and when you look at it closely, what you're going to notice is Trajan's army on the march. This is a victorious army. This is an army that appears strong and defiant. It shows an army moving into battle and destroying their enemy. This was a tribute to Emperor Trajan during what was known as the Dacian Wars, which was a time period when the Roman Empire was expanding and strong, and the peoples of those conquered lands were soon incorporated into the empire itself. To stare at this column is to stare into the very heart of Roman military glory. This, in my opinion, is a far cry from Theodosius, who just really couldn't seem to get the job done against the Goths and had to instead settle for a brokered peace instead. But perhaps I'm being hard on the guy. I mean, after all, he was a military leader. He was a general in the Roman army. He led several successful campaigns before he was elected as the emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire. And it's this military background that's going to be needed very soon, because shortly after he becomes emperor, and by that I mean a couple of years, the Western Roman Empire starts to fragment. Most of the civil unrest begins in the year 383. The emperor of the West, Emperor Gratian, is assassinated, and shortly thereafter several usurpers attempt to claim the throne. The Roman provinces of Britain and Gaul break off and decide to elect their own emperor, and in the capital of the Western Roman Empire, a man by the name of Eugenius lays claim to the emperorship. This, of course, gives Theodosius the perfect excuse to raise an army and try to march west in order to reunite the empire, which is exactly what he does. But when he's raising this army, he quickly realizes that the forces that he has may not be adequate enough to do the job. And so he starts employing the Huns and the Goths, the same people that he had settled south of the Danube. Now, if you recount from earlier, he expected these people to provide manpower in the situation of war. And so they arise to the occasion, they join his army, and he marches to the west. Now, I'm going to save the details of this particular civil war. Granted to say that it did last for quite a bit of time, and it eventually culminated in the year 394 against Eugenius and his forces at a battle by the name of Frigidus. I want to emphasize the Battle of Frigidus because what happens at this battle sets into motion a series of events which eventually leads to our next milestone, another nail into the coffin of the Western Roman Empire. Again, the year was 394. Emperor Theodosius is marching into an area of modern-day Slovenia. Most modern historians agree that this happened in the Vipava Valley. And as he marches into this valley, he sets up almost no reconnaissance. He doesn't send his scouts out to figure out what's going on, but he just kind of blindly marches into battle. He makes it a point to place his mercenaries at the very forefront of his army, particularly the Goths. He puts them just way up at the front. And when he attacks Eugenius and his army, he soon realizes that the position that he's attacking is almost completely impregnable. His forces are decimated, particularly the Goths who are at the front, and they suffer just horrendous losses. However, despite this setback, Theodosius is able to regroup his forces, and the very next day he sends them back into battle. Some historians go so far as to claim that he had some sort of divine wind that was blowing dust and smoke into the faces of his enemies and blinding them so his troops could be victorious. Either way, he wins. He manages to round up Eugenius and all his supporters and immediately puts them to death. And then shortly thereafter, he is able to reunify both the Eastern and Western Roman empires. His mercenaries, however, are extremely upset. They realize just how easily the Roman empires are willing to sacrifice their lives in order to achieve political and military goals. And in my opinion, rightfully so. One man in particular had a great deal of resentment. He was a leader of the Goths. He led approximately 20,000 of his fellow troops into this battle, and some historians claim that he had approximately 50% losses. To him, the Battle of Frigidus was not this unifying, glorious thing, but rather it was a bloodbath. My sympathy goes out to this particular man, because at this point in history, he was going to be kicked around a lot. He was kind of like that little kid on the playground that gets a lot of sand thrown in his face. But he was going to rise up beyond this point in life, and eventually he is going to accomplish something that no Goth, no Hun, nobody up until this point in history was able to do. His name was Alaric, and it's worth remembering because he really does set the next milestone in our story. But before we can get into Alaric or his accomplishments, we have to go back to Emperor Theodosius I and the aftermath of the Battle of Frigidus. Because you see, Emperor Theodosius I was the last man. He was the last emperor to rule over a united Roman Empire. But this rule was going to be very short-lived. A few months after the battle, in January of 395, he passes away. He dies in the city of Milan, which is the capital of the Western Roman Empire. And he makes the decision, and I was going to say mistake because this is, to me, a big-time mistake, but he makes the decision to divide the empire under the control of his two very young sons. This effectively ensures that there's going to be a power struggle between the Eastern and Western Roman empires. And this struggle is going to decide which side is going to go into decline and which side is going to make it. I'm going to take this time to apologize because this next part is going to be a little confusing. There's going to be a lot of names and dates, and for the sake of clarity, I tried to leave out as much minutia as possible. So to the die-hard historians out there that are wondering why I haven't put in every minute detail, that's why. The best method that I could come up with is going to be the following. If you take a piece of paper and you draw a line right down the middle,
plus rep
on the left
best
side of the
player
page,
plus
it's going
rep
to be
nice
the
profile
Western
plus
Roman
rep
Empire,
good
and
mate
on the
plus
right
rep
side
add
is
me
going
please
to be
red heart
the Eastern Roman Empire.
plus rep
After
best
Theodosius
player
passes
plus
away, he
rep
places
nice
his son
profile
Honorius
plus
in charge
rep
of the
good
West
mate
and his
plus
son
rep add me please
Arcadius in
red
charge
heart
of the East.
plus rep
But
plus
they're
rep
children.
best
They're
player
too
plus
young to
rep nice
effectively
profile
rule, and
plus
so
rep
regents
good
and
mate plus
advisors
rep
kind of
add
come
me
into
please
play,
red
and
heart
they are truly the
plus
power
rep
behind the throne, so to
best player
speak.
plus
In the
rep
West,
nice
you have a
profile
man by
plus
the
rep
name
good
of
mate plus rep
Stilicho,
add
and
me
in the
please
East, you
red
have
heart
a man by the name of
plus
Eutropius, who
rep
becomes
best player
Arcadius'
plus rep
closest
nice
advisor.
profile
The
plus
play
rep
for
good
power
mate plus
begins in
rep
the
add me
West,
please
which kind
red
of
heart
held the initiative at the start. Stilicho pulls out a piece of paper which he proclaims to everyone was given to him by Theodosius on his deathbed, stating that not only was he meant to be regent of the Western Roman Empire, but also of the East. Now, this is something that the Eastern Roman Empire immediately states is a falsehood, and under the control of Eutropius, they completely reject him. Thus, you have the beginning of the division lines. Into this developing mess, we're going to be throwing Alaric. You can go back to that piece of paper and kind of stencil him in on the left side of the page, because at this point, he has just gotten done fighting for Theodosius. He's still in the Western Roman Empire. But Alaric and Stilicho do not come to terms. They're constantly kind of grinding heads, and eventually Alaric has had enough. In 395, he rebels, which leads to a series of military confrontations between him and Stilicho. But Stilicho gains the upper hand and effectively tosses Alaric out of the Western Roman Empire. So you can kind of go back to that piece of paper and cross him out on the left side of the page and draw him in on the right. The Eastern Emperor Arcadius and his advisor Eutropius immediately seize on this opportunity. They actually hire Alaric. Some claim they do this because they want to irritate the West, but as it just so happens, in the year 379, a group of Huns that were coming in off the Asiatic steppe. Now, these are not the same Huns that are nicely settled south of the Danube. They're actually a new wave of Huns. Again, there's this kind of impending wave after wave of Hun that's slowly moving its way across into Eastern Europe. This new group of Hun is hell-bent on pillaging and destroying everything in their path, and they make their way down through that strip of land between the Black and the Caspian Sea into what is present-day northern and central Syria. The Roman emperor and his associates realize that Alaric just simply wants a piece of land, which is a lot better than these Huns who are just kind of coming in to pillage and destroy everything in their path. So Alaric is given the contract. He is sent out after the Huns, and he is told to kick them out. He's actually very successful with this. In fact, in the year 398, he accomplishes exactly that. He sends the Huns packing. But of course, it's not Alaric who receives any type of commendation for this. It's Eutropius. He's brought back to Constantinople to a triumph. And Alaric and his men are kind of, for the most part, forgotten. In fact, it gets so bad that in the year 401, Arcadius, again the emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, who is now no longer just a child, reneges on any agreement that he has with Alaric, and then goes so far as to hire another group of Huns with the sole purpose of kicking Alaric out. What is notable for this particular action is that for the first time in recorded history, we actually have the name of a Hun king. A man by the name of Odysee. I mean, up until this point, we didn't even realize that the Huns even had a king. But again, the history of the Huns is mostly written by the Romans. Alaric immediately sees the writing on the wall, realizes that he doesn't really have a chance of establishing a home in the Eastern Roman Empire, and so he packs up his stuff with all his men, and they go back to the west. Again, if you go back to that sheet of paper, now you can cross them off on the right side of the page and put them back on the left side of the page. You can understand why my sympathy goes out to the man. I mean, he was basically being used as a ping pong at this point. In the west, Stilicho is of course waiting for Alaric. The two men fight in several battles, and eventually in 405, Stilicho is forced to sign a treaty with Alaric because he has other issues that he needs to contend with. Most important of which is the fact that the Rhine defenses have started to fall apart, and there has been a massive flux of barbarians across the Rhine into Roman-held territory. Stilicho goes so far as to even hire Odysee, again the king of the Huns, to come to the Western Roman Empire in order to contend with this problem. Initially, Stilicho and his new Hun mercenaries are successful. They're actually able to hold back or at least capture a great deal of the barbarians that are crossing over the Rhine. But things start going very badly for Stilicho. In the year 406, you have a new group of people trying to cross over the Rhine. This time, the Vandals, the Goths, and now the Alans are crossing over in ever-increasing numbers, and Stilicho can do very little to actually stop them. I want to emphasize that these peoples that are crossing over the Rhine are actually being displaced by incoming wave of Huns that are coming off the European steppe and slowly making their way into Western Europe. Now, they're not the same group as Ulden. There are already Huns that are actually settled south of the Danube, and some of them are actually in Roman territory, but these are a new group that are actually coming in. It's kind of like this black cloud of doom that's slowly making its way westward. In a certain sense, if you think about it, it almost takes on like a biblical plague-like quality. Now, if trying to keep the barbarians out of Roman territory and on their side of the Rhine is not bad enough for Stilicho, things get even worse. In 407, England and France decide to break off. They secede. A new emperor kind of comes into power up there. And again, Stilicho can do very little. This, of course, angers the emperor of the Western Roman Empire, Honorius, who is also no longer a child. In 408, he has Stilicho rounded up, and then shortly thereafter, he has him summarily executed. Let's talk about Honorius for a second. I challenge my listeners to go out there and see if you can find an article or a phrase or a book or something that actually talks about Honorius in a very positive light. I don't think you're going to find it. This man is regarded almost universally as one of the biggest failures in Roman civilization. Some of his actions go beyond just simple stupidity. They go into that realm of complete and total insanity. And I'm going to give you a good example of this. Now, take into account that most of the Roman army at this point in time consisted of troops that were outside of Italian descent. There were troops inside of Stilicho's army who were the defenders of Rome, who were Goth in origin. What's more, many of these troops had families, wives, and children that were living within the Roman Empire, and that was primarily the reason why they didn't defect or rise up against the Roman army. Shortly after Honorius has Stilicho arrested and then killed, he passes an edict that states that all members of Goth origin are to be executed. This order gets misinterpreted by the Roman court, and before you know it, it's not just the troops that are targeted, but it's also the families of these troops that are massacred. I'm not talking about just soldiers. I'm talking about men, women, and children that were killed, and killed in the very name of Honorius. These very same Goth troops who had served as the very backbone of the Roman army and also the defense of Rome itself have no place else to go. They have to flee from Honorius, and they flee directly into the waiting arms of Alaric. Some sources indicate that approximately 30,000 troops swelled the ranks of Alaric's army. And now he's no longer the small kid on the playground. He's got a formidable army. He's on Italian soil. He is within striking distance of Rome, and he knows it. But Alaric does not want to simply just destroy and pillage everything in his path. What he really wants is a nation-state for his own people, or at least a piece of land within the Roman Empire that can be protected away from the marauding bands of Huns and other groups that are coming off the Asiatic and European steppes. He actually admired the Romans. He admired their accomplishments, and he wanted that for his people. And so he begins negotiations with Honorius in order to accomplish this. But the problem is that he is dealing with a complete and total incompetent. Honorius has this prideful stupidity that he just can't see beyond the tip of his nose. He can't see Alaric as being anything more than a simple barbarian. And so Honorius kind of gives him the runaround. He gives him these fake treaties that he takes back, and eventually Alaric has had enough. He realizes that the only way to convince the Romans of accomplishing anything is going to be at the tip of a sword. And so he marches on Rome. Edward Gibbons, in The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, I think puts it pretty well. He states, and I quote, "His troops, animated by the hopes of spoil, followed the course of the Flaminian Way, occupied the unguarded passes of the Apennine, descended into the rich plains of Umbria. A lofty situation and a seasonable tempest of thunder and lightning preserved the little city of Narni, but the king of the Goths, despising the ignoble prey, still advanced with unabated vigor, and after he had passed through the stately arches, adorned with the spoils of barbaric victories, he pitched his camp under the walls of Rome." End quote. This was going to be the beginning of a siege that was going to last for several months. Again, Alaric wasn't there simply just to pillage. He was there to establish a negotiated settlement in almost the literal sense of the word. He wanted space for his people to live in. And what better way to accomplish this when you're dealing with a prideful and resenting enemy than to have your sword at their very necks? At least that's what he thought. But negotiations continued to fail. And here's another clip from Edward Gibbons, which actually includes several of the interactions between some of the Roman senators and Alaric himself. And I quote, "When they introduced into his presence, they declared, perhaps in a more lofty style than became their abject condition, that the Romans were resolved to maintain their dignity either in peace or war, and that if Alaric refused them a fair and honorable capitulation, he might sound his trumpets and prepare to give battle to an innumerable people exercised in arms and animated by despair. His famous reply was, 'The thicker the hay, the easier it is mowed,' laughing at the gall of the Romans in their pitiable position. He set the ransom for breaking the siege at all the gold and silver in the city, whether it were the property of the state or of the individual, all the riches and precious movables, and all the slaves that could prove their title to the name of barbarians." The ministers of the Senate presumed to ask in a modest and suppliant tone, "If such, O king, are your demands, what do you intend to leave us?" "Your lives," replied the haughty conqueror. They trembled and retired. End quote. Now, negotiations continued to fail. On August 24th, in the year 410, Alaric had no choice. He sounded his trumpets. His forces marched on the very city of Rome itself. In the book The Fall of Rome by Raphael Lafferty, he has a very good account of this. He states, "At the time, the Salarian Gate of Rome was secretly opened by Gothic slaves in the city. The troops of Alaric entered, and their entry was signaled by a giant trumpet blast, such as will never be heard again till the last day. And on the terrible blast of the Gothic trumpet, the world came to its end." Rome was pillaged for the next 3 days. Its gold, its artifacts, its treasures were all boxed up and carted out of the city. But as far as pillaging goes, Alaric was perhaps one of the more benign conquerors. He made it a point to spare the structures and the buildings. He even extended his clemency to the people of Rome itself, and many of them took refuge in the Basilica of St. Peter's. But of course, with any type of pillaging, you're going to have some degree of destruction. The story goes that if you travel to Rome and you go to the actual forum itself and look at the bases of the columns, the steps, you can see circular imprints. These are the imprints of coins that had been heated up by the conflagration that had engulfed the city. Coins that were heated up so hot by the flame that they had actually melted themselves into the very stone. This was not the first time that Rome was threatened, nor was it going to be the last time that Rome would be either threatened, sacked, or pillaged. I've actually compiled a list here, and I hope you guys bear with me on this. In the year 390 BCE, Alia of the Gauls attacks the city, manages to make it into various districts, but is eventually pushed back by the Roman army. At this point in history, Rome didn't have a very good defensive wall structure. Approximately 800 years later, in the year 410 CE, just as we had mentioned, Alaric of the Goths manages to sack the city in his benign, quote-unquote, pillaging. This is, of course, followed by Gesseric of the Vandals, who invades from North Africa. In 476, the Germanic leader, Odysee, is able to overthrow the Roman Emperor Romulus Augustus, who is the last emperor of the Western Roman Empire. And this is, of course, when historians claim is the end of the Roman Empire, but I'd like to interject that it's probably the end of the Western Roman Empire. The Eastern Roman Empire continued to thrive. In 546, the Ostrogoths under Totila were able to attack the city. In 846, there was an Arab raid into the outskirts of the city. In 1084, Robert Guiscard, the father of the famed knight of the First Crusade, Bohemond, was able to sack the city. And in 1527, Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire was able to get into position to threaten the city as well. This ends on June 4th, 1944, when General Clark of the American Army is able to push the 10th German Army out of Rome and capture it for the Allied cause. Now, that all said, the people that were living during that time period thought it was truly the end of the world. A lot of historians actually claim that 410 was the beginning of the Dark Ages. Edward Gibbons, I think, really summarized this very well in his Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. He has a great phrase in this that I want to relate to you, and I quote, "The place and the object gave ample scope for moralizing on the vicissitudes of fortune, which spares neither man nor the proudest of his works, which buries empires and cities in a common grave. And it was agreed that in the proportion to her former greatness, the fall of Rome was the more awful and deplorable." End quote. We are now moving into a post-Rome-sacked world. The psychological impact to the inhabitants of the Roman Empire was devastating. If Rome itself could fall, perhaps even civilization could be threatened. But history moves on. The Eastern and Western Roman Empire continued to have their power struggles, and the barbarians continued to increase in strength. The Huns continued their relentless move into Europe. Let's start with the Eastern Roman Empire. Now, like I've said before, everybody should go to Rome at least once, if not twice, in their life. I should also point out that everyone needs to go to Constantinople, which is, of course, modern-day Istanbul. It's, of course, essential to see the standard sites, the Hagia Sophia, the Blue Mosque, the Topkapi Palace. I'd even recommend the Archaeological Museum that's right next to the Topkapi Palace. But there's a site that a lot of tourists never get a chance to see. If you go to the southern portion of the old city, where it borders on the Sea of Marmara, you can walk along the coast of the water with the city to your right side, heading west. And it takes about 2 to 3 miles until you get to the edge of the ancient city. And there you will find a series of fortifications, a series of walls. There's portions of these walls where you can pay to actually go inside and actually climb up onto the battlements and walk along the walls themselves. To stand on these walls is to stand in the very footsteps of soldiers and ordinary citizens, even emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire, or as it later became known as the Byzantine Empire, and that these walls stood up against barbarian invasion for over 1,000 years. Now, they're known as the Theodosian Walls. They're named after Theodosius II. He came to power in the year 408 when his father Arcadius, who was the previous emperor, died. He was only age 7, and so of course he had a protector and he had a bunch of advisors, of which the most important was a man by the name of Anthemius, who was the person who actually started reconstruction of this wall. Anthemius went so far as to also create a non-aggression pact with Persia, which was the Eastern Roman Empire's biggest threat on its eastern border. And so even though the Eastern Roman Empire was kind of surrounded by barbarians and threats, for the most part, it was able to hold its own. This is more than we can say for the Western Roman Empire, which didn't have it quite so lucky. After the sack of Rome in 410, Honorius has no other option. He allows the Goths to settle into a portion of France in the Garonne Valley, and I'm probably saying that wrong, but it's an area in southern France between modern-day Bordeaux and Toulouse. The Western Roman Empire also has to deal with another group of barbarians known as the Vandals, who have taken up residence in Spain, but they're slowly being displaced by the Goths and the Huns, and so they decide to cross the Strait of Gibraltar and move into North Africa. This effectively diminishes power of the Western Roman Empire over their provinces in North Africa, and eventually the Vandal leader, a man by the name of Gesseric, not only takes over all of North Africa, but he establishes a little empire down there and is able to fight off the Romans. In fact, it gets so bad that the Western Roman Empire has to actually call on the Eastern Roman Empire for help. And in the year 432, they combine their forces together in order to send an army to North Africa to deal with Gesseric and his Vandals. But the Romans are resoundingly defeated. But that's kind of a story for another time. The Western Roman Empire also had problems with internal descent and succession. Honorius, who was the emperor of the West, dies in the year 423. Now, as I've said before, he was not a very good leader, and of course, the nincompoop decides to die without an heir. As a result, a power vacuum is created within the Western Empire, and so you have all these contenders for the throne. A war breaks out between Honorius' half-sister Galla Placidia and her son Valentinian III, who she wants to put on the throne, and a man who is known as John the Usurper. And of course he's called that because in this little contest to see who wins the throne of the Western Empire, John loses, and history is of course written by the victors. John is brought back to the city in chains. Galla Placidia gets to sit in the imperial box and watches. John is mutilated and eventually killed slowly in front of her. But that's Roman soap opera for you. Sic semper tyrannis, I suppose. Now, out of this conflict, there is actually a very important development that does occur. Because you see, John the Usurper, before he died, actually asked for the help of a Roman general by the name of Aetius. Flavius Aetius, as history will remember him, is going to be a man that's going to go down as making a very impressionable mark in the annals of history. He was born in the year 391. He was the son of a Roman general. He was born into aristocracy. He spent time in the Roman court. From childhood, he was used as a bargaining chip. He was actually traded off to the Visigoths and then later to the Huns as a hostage, which was a negotiating tool to ensure that treaties and peace were established. But he was a man that was actually able to straddle two different worlds. From the Roman side of things, he learned logistics and how to run a Roman army. And from the Huns and the Visigoths, he learned about barbarian tactics. He learned how they rode in their horses, how they did hit-and-run tactics. He learned about the use of the compound bow, and he became very accurate with this weapon. What's more was that he was a person that had connections with not only the imperial court, but also with the Huns. And so when the Civil War broke out in the Western Empire, he raised an army of Huns and marched it to the call of John the Usurper, who was asking for help. But as fate would have...
Apple Card is the credit card created by Apple. You earn 3% daily cash back up front when you use it to buy a new iPhone 15, AirPods, or any products at Apple. And you can automatically grow your daily cash at 4.15% annual percentage yield when you open a high-yield savings account. Apply for Apple Card in the Wallet app on iPhone. Apple Card subject to credit approval. Savings is available to Apple Card owners subject to eligibility. Savings accounts by Goldman Sachs Bank USA, member FDIC. Terms apply.
ATS received this call a few days too late, and by the time his Hun army arrived at Ravenna, which was the capital, John the Usurper was already dead. But this posed a huge problem for Placida. She now had this huge Hun army sitting on her very doorstep. The solution that she grudgingly came up to was to raise Aetius to the level of Roman commander, giving him a very prominent position within the Roman court. This was a man whose star was definitely rising. He was kind of like the Ring in the Tolkien trilogy. He was going to play a major role as history unfolded. But for the time being, I want you to just remember his name. And so this is a post-Rome sacked world. It's a world where the Eastern Roman Empire, while mildly diminished, was still to some extent growing and flourishing. It was improving its defenses, but at the same time it was surrounded on all sides. Persia was still a major threat. The barbarians north of the Danube would make random incursions and were a force to be contended with, and yet the Eastern Roman Empire continued to prosper. This was also a world where the Western Roman Empire was falling apart at the seams. Britain had been lost. Gaul and Spain had been overrun. The defenses along the Rhine were destroyed, and North Africa was now under new management by the Vandals. This was a world that was ripe for takeover. This was a time period where there was a power vacuum, and there were forces out there only too willing to take advantage of that void. The Huns were one of those forces. They had moved from the Asiatic to the European steppe and now had gone into Eastern Europe. By the early portion of the 5th century, they had settled into an area known as the Great Hungarian Plain. Now, this is an area of land which comprises portions of modern-day Slovakia, Hungary, Serbia, and even Western Romania. And unlike its counterpart on the Eastern European steppe, this was a land that was very fertile and was very conducive for the development of settlements and villages and towns. This combined population in a small area, plus the land itself, made two profound shifts in the way in which the Huns dealt with their neighbors. Up until now, the Huns, whenever they wanted something or they wanted gold, they would simply ride through an area, pillage and destroy everything in their path, and take everything and go. But what they realized very quickly was that demanding tribute from the local population would actually make much more sense. Plus, it was a much more reliable source of income. The Huns had realized that extortion and racketeering were really the way to go. What's more, this land provided the Huns with a much more permanent base of operations. From here, they were easy striking distance to both the Eastern and Western Roman empires, and what's more, delegates from either one of these empires could come to them and hire them. After all, the Huns did have a skill set when it came to killing, and that was a very useful thing when two massive empires are in decline. And as the Huns became better organized, they began to learn to better exploit the weaknesses of their neighbors. When Theodosius II in the year 420 declared war on Persia over a matter of religion, the Huns were only too keen to seize on this opportunity to invade. They sent their army in the year 422, and Theodosius II, realizing that he couldn't fight a two-front war, had to make peace with the Huns and eventually had to pay them tribute. This tribute was small by later standards. It was only about 350 pounds of gold per year. But for the first time, Theodosius of the Eastern Roman Empire had to pay the Huns in order to keep the peace. The Huns, of course, wanted to continue with this extortion program, but there was a bit of a catch to it. Hun society consisted of various factions and clans that were held together by a powerful king. As long as they had a powerful king, they worked as a unified force, and as long as they worked as a unified force, the tribute would come in. Now, there was one catch to being king of the Huns, and that's simply this. You were only king as long as you were successful at what you did. Any form of weakness could have lethal consequences. Now, this was a weakness within the Hun command structure that the Romans were only too willing to exploit and use against them, and they figured this out very quickly. A good example of this is when Ulden, the king of the Huns, who worked as a mercenary both for the East and West, approached the Eastern court. He demanded an exorbitant tribute from them. The court figured out that they didn't necessarily have to pay Ulden this massive amount of tribute, but rather what they could do is simply pay off a couple of his subordinates. And this plan worked miraculously. By the end of negotiations, the bribes had gone to where they needed to go, money had exchanged hands, Ulden's subordinates were at each other's throats, and that evening Ulden was running for his life across the Danube as he had lost complete control of the Huns. The Romans were keen to keep an eye on the Huns and their kings. As long as they had a king, the threat level would be higher. It was their version of kind of like a DEF CON. The Huns went through successive kings until you get to a man by the name of Rua. Now, depending on which textbook you read, this name also comes down as Rugila. Rua was a Hun king that really wanted to push the Huns to an all-new level. Most historians agree that it was most likely Rua that actually led the charge against the Eastern Roman Empire in 422. Again, this was the same invasion that forced Theodosius to pay the Huns tribute. In the year 434, Rua really wanted to push the envelope. He sent an envoy to the Eastern Roman court, indicating to them that he was going to attack several small barbarian settlements. What's more, he wanted any of the barbarians that had fled these establishments into protective Roman custody to be turned back over to him. Historians debate whether or not he actually wanted to have these people or not. Some historians state that this was basically a test to see whether or not the Romans would capitulate. But in either case, the Romans gave him the thumbs down. And so a few months later, after he made this statement, he actually decides to march on Constantinople itself. Now, the citizens of the city were frightened. They had a barbarian with a large army that was marching on their city. But when Rua arrived at the gates of Constantinople and he saw the massive Theodosian walls, again, the ones that we had just talked about, he realized that he wasn't going to get any further. The most that he could do at this point was possibly lay siege to the city. Thus, the Romans dug in, he dug in, and they prepared for this to be a drawn-out affair. The Romans wouldn't have to worry for very long. Shortly after Rua comes within sight of the city, something happens and he passes away. Nobody knows exactly what. Some ecclesiastical scholars state that he was hit by a bolt of lightning in some form of divine retribution for invading imperial and therefore Christian lands. But in either case, the king of the Huns was dead. Romans breathed a sigh of relief. With the death of the Hun king, his forces would dissipate. They would go back to becoming kind of nomadic barbarians. They would go back to being this factionalized force, and it was something that they wouldn't have to contend with for a little while. But here was where they were wrong, and wrong in a big way, because Rua had picked a successor. Before he died, he had made it known to all of the other Huns that he had chosen his nephew, a man by the name of Bleda, to be the next king of the Huns. And Bleda had a younger brother, and his name was Attila. This is going to be part 2 of Attila the Hun, and I'd like to thank everybody who listened to the first part. For those of you who haven't listened to the first part, I recommend you go back and you listen to it. Otherwise, some of the people and places that I talk about may not make as much sense. But if you're one of those people that are very adept at actually jumping into the middle of things, or if you are familiar with this particular period in time, by all means, continue on. If you like what you hear, please give me a like, subscribe, leave me a couple of good comments. But either way, thank you for your time and for listening. I believe that there's a question that every major world leader has had to ask themselves at some point in time. And I'm talking about the entire broad spectrum of human civilization. And I think the question goes something like this. What would you do in order to achieve power? And I'm talking about supreme power. Who would you compromise? Who would you leave at the wayside? What morals, what ethics would you disregard in order to accomplish those goals? And once you achieve that power, what would you do in order to maintain it? I would even take this question a step further. If you read Machiavelli's The Prince, he asks the question, what is better? Is it better to be loved or is it better to be feared? And if you read him, he states that a true leader is someone who's able to actually balance out the two in order to achieve their goals. But he also states that when your civilization undergoes a major point of strife, when things become exceptionally difficult, it is by far safer to be feared. The early to mid 5th century was such a time period for the Roman civilization. Rome had gone from being this giant, this mighty colossus that bestrode the world, if you want to quote Shakespeare, to being this fragmented civilization that now had 2 capitals and had 2 emperors. The western portion of that empire was fragmented. It was losing provinces. Rome itself as a city had lost her importance. She wasn't even the political capital anymore. And in the year 410, she was actually sacked by barbarians. And this wasn't going to be the last time that Rome was going to be attacked. Because, of course, on almost all of her borders, there were barbarians that were waiting for an opportunity to take advantage of Rome's weakness and faded glory. Rome was going to need real leadership at this time, and it got it in the form of a man by the name of Flavius Aetius. This was a man who was a general and also a politician. And in my opinion, I don't believe you can tell the story of Attila the Hun without talking about Flavius Aetius, because these were men that were almost mirror images of one another. Both men were very politically astute. They had the ability to manipulate the system and other people to organize them in order to accomplish their goals. They were exceptional strategists. They had the insight to see the long game, but at the same time, they had the fortitude in order to take great risks. And on the field of battle, both men were extremely adept tactically. They had what was required in order to achieve military victory. Surprisingly, these were men that were friends. They actually fought alongside one another in a campaign in Gaul. But because of their political affiliations, these were men that were destined to confrontation. But whereas Aetius was fighting to save a dying civilization, Attila was pushing his civilization to its zenith. And it was this contest that would determine the course of Western civilization. Our story really begins on the Great Hungarian Plain. This is a portion of grassland in Eastern Europe, which is currently modern-day Hungary, portions of Serbia, and portions of Eastern Romania. It was onto this area that the Huns migrated into after coming off the Asiatic and then the European steppe. As mentioned in my previous podcast, the reason for their migration is still unknown, but they found out quickly after moving to this area that the population density was much different than their homeland. There were many more fixed settlements, and they caught on to the idea that instead of just pillaging and destroying these people, it made much more sense to extort money out of them and demand tribute. Within a few generations, the Huns had gone from being completely nomadic people to people who had a fixed base of operations within the Hungarian plain. They had come into contact with both the Eastern and Western Roman Empire, and by doing so, they were actually hired by both empires as mercenaries in order to fight in military campaigns. Now, the Roman account of these military endeavors, again, the Huns didn't have their own written history, so most of the information we know about the Huns comes from the Romans. They state that the Huns were growing in number, in size. They were also growing in organization, and before long, Roman historians actually point out that the Huns had kings. The first of which recorded was a man by the name of Ulden, but there were soon to be many more. Eventually, you get to a man by the name of Rua, who is also known as Rugila, depending on which text you read, but he was the uncle of Attila and his older brother, Bleda. This was a man that was not to be outdone by his predecessors. He gathered his army, and in the year 434, he marched on the Eastern Roman Empire. Rua's campaign blazed a path through the Balkans. Eventually, he and his army arrived at the very gates of Constantinople, which again was the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire. But once he got there, he had to contend with the Great Theodosian Walls, which were a series of fortifications on the landward side of Constantinople that were perhaps some of the most impregnable defenses of any city in the age of antiquity and the Middle Ages. Rua and his Huns didn't have the technology to get past these walls. What he opted to do was try to lay siege to it, surround it, and starve the people out. But, according to ecclesiastical historians, as he was laying siege, a bolt of lightning in some form of divine retribution struck him down. Rua was never to come back from this campaign alive, but his death did send shockwaves through the higher echelon of Hun society. It created a power vacuum that people like Attila and his older brother Bleda were only too happy to exploit. Now, the details of what these brothers did in order to secure the throne is unknown, but they must have had to move very quickly, because not only did they have to take out all of the progeny of Rua, but they also had to take out any other rival for the throne as well. What is known is by the end of the year 434 CE, Attila and his brother Bleda were firmly in charge of the Hun Empire. The part that surprises me was that Bleda was the older brother, and according to Hun society, it was the older brother that should inherit everything and make all the decisions. I question why wasn't Attila found in some sort of shallow grave or drowned in a river, but I think it speaks volumes about his character that he was actually able to secure for himself a position in this new empire. What we know about Attila and his early childhood is a little limited, but what historians do state is that he was born approximately in the year 406 CE. As Christopher Kelly writes in his book, The End of Empire, he states, and I quote, Attila the Hun was no son of the steppes. As a member of the most powerful family north of the Danube, Attila had a highly privileged upbringing. Certainly, he was not the homeless, half-starved barbarian child of Ammianus Marcellinus's imagination. The young Attila spent most of his time in the company of his elder brother Bleda. Together they were taught archery, how to fight with sword and lasso, and how to ride and care for a horse. Both were likely to have been taught to speak and perhaps to read Goth and Latin. End quote. There are even reports that in the year 418 CE, when Attila was approximately 12 years old, he was sent to Rome as a political hostage. During his time there, he learned about Roman culture, Roman civilization, but most importantly, he learned about the way in which the Roman mind worked. In retrospect, what an incredible insight to have. I always think of Sun Tzu in The Art of War, where he states that if you know yourself and you know your opponent, you won't be imperiled in 100 battles. It's the same kind of insight that men like Isoroku Yamamoto must have had. He was the Japanese admiral who came up with the attack on Pearl Harbor, but before that, he had studied at Harvard University. He had spent time in America. He was even a naval attaché in Washington, D.C., and learned how to speak fluent English. He tried desperately to convince his Japanese superiors not to plan the attack because he knew that the American response to a sneak attack would be nothing less than all-out war, and that the American psyche and the American people would settle for nothing less than the unconditional surrender of the Japanese. But I digress. Attila was clearly not the mindless savage nomad that men like Ammianus Marcellinus would have you believe. In my opinion, he was the product of an evolving society, a society that was on the verge of developing its own civilization and its own empire, and he had the insight to actually visualize that. Edward Gibbons has an account on Attila, and he states, and I quote, "This savage hero was not inaccessible to pity. His suppliant enemies might confide in the assurance of peace or pardon, and Attila was considered by his subjects as a just and indulgent master. He delighted in war, but after he had ascended the throne in a mature age, his head rather than his hand achieved the conquest of the north, and the fame of an adventurous soldier was usefully exchanged for that of a prudent and successful general. The effects of personal valor are so inconsiderable, except in poetry or romance, that victory, even among barbarians, must depend on the degree of skill with which the passions of the multitude are combined and guided for the service of a single man." End quote. Bleda and Attila wasted no time in consolidating their power. They began to incorporate other people into their army. They began to expand their land base. They continued to demand tribute from the Eastern Roman Empire in order to fund these operations. I like to think of Christopher Kelly when he writes in his book, The End of Empire, and I quote, "Attila and Bleda inherited an empire established by military force end quote. It was going to be this guiding principle of military force that was going to guide their actions, because both of them knew that a Hun king, or kings in this case, only stay in power as long as they're able to prove their worth militarily. Now, as they continued to consolidate their power on the Great Hungarian Plain, about 300 to 400 miles away in Ravenna, Italy, another man was also trying to assume power. This was Flavius Aetius, the man that I'd like to think of as Attila's mirror. Aetius was born in approximately 391 CE. He was the son of a Roman general and governor by the name of Gaudentius. Thus, when he was growing up, he had the following three major advantages. Number one, he was born into a position of privilege, and he had the education that came with that position. Number two, as his father was a military leader, he had insight not only into the way in which the political structure of Rome worked, but also in which the logistical system that comprised the Roman army worked. And number three, he was also an aristocrat, and as a result, he was used as a political pawn. In the year 405, he was sent to the Visigoths under their king Alaric. He stayed with them for approximately 3 years, and when he returned, he was sent away again. But this time, in 409, he was sent to Ulden, who was the king of the Huns. And his time with the Huns was a profound learning experience. He learned what type of weapons the Huns used. He learned the methods in which the Huns used them. He learned their tactics. And what's more, he learned the methodology that went behind the Hun mind. Now, let me ask you, does this at all sound familiar? Because it seems that both men had a very similar upbringing, and what's more, their essence of spirit seems to have been forged out of the same kind of mold. They were both type A personalities when it came to military and political conquest, and it seemed like no matter what they achieved, there was always one more thing that they wanted to grasp. In a lot of ways, it kind of reminds me of men like Hernan Cortez, who in 1519 decided to forsake all his riches in the New World and decided to push on to meet up with the Aztec with the intent to conquer them. However, that said, Aetius's rise to power was something out of a soap opera. He was waiting in the wings for a moment to pounce, and that opportunity came in the year 423. The emperor of the Western Roman Empire died. He was a man by the name of Honorius, which, in my opinion, is probably one of the worst emperors that the Roman Empire had ever had. His death, without an heir, set off a power struggle within the Western Roman Empire, which was almost immediately assailed on by several different contenders for the throne. Now, I'm going to save you the details, but it came down to two people. One was a woman by the name of Galla Placidia, who was truly a battleship of a woman. She was smart, she was intelligent, she was extremely cunning politically. And her contender was a man by the name of John the Usurper, and as you can tell by the name, he didn't quite make it. But before being executed for high treason, John sent out a plea for military aid. As Aetius wanted to jump on the revolutionary bandwagon, he went to the Huns, and using his connections with the upper echelon of Hun society, he actually created a Hun army. And in the year 425, he marched this army on the capital, but he arrived at Ravenna just in time to realize that he had backed the wrong man. As one can imagine, this was a bit of an impasse, because on one end, you have Galla Placidia, and more importantly, her son, Valentinian III, who are actually blood heir. It was their responsibility and their right to assume command of the Western Roman Empire, and what's more, they'd already put all their contenders to death. All that Aetius had was, well, an army of well-trained, well-armed, savage, bloodthirsty Huns at his disposal. And in the days of antiquity, it's only leverage like that that can get you a position high within the corporation. So Galla Placidia did the only thing that was left to her. She hired him. She brought him in. She raised Aetius to the rank of Magister Militum per Gallius, which means commander-in-chief of all armies in Gaul. Aetius would forever remain a deplorable, despisable character in Galla Placidia's eyes. She made it a point to surround him with enemies throughout the imperial court, and every opportunity she had to usurp his power and belittle him, she would take advantage of it. I think that most people in Aetius's position would most likely have looked for another job. But Aetius went right to work. In 426, he gathered his forces and went into Gaul for the purposes of re-establishing Roman dominance in that province. He declared war on Theodoric, who was the king of the Visigoths, and was actually able to send him and the Visigoth army packing. He returned to Ravenna to a hero's welcome, and Galla had no other choice but to actually promote him again. And this time he was made Magister Militum, which means commander-in-chief of all military forces. But Galla made it a point to curb his power. She gave the senior position to a man by the name of Flavius Felix, who she felt was much more loyal to her, and for all military concerns, she would favor another general by the name of Boniface, who was commander of all forces in North Africa. Aetius's response was a feat of political daring. He immediately had false accusations brought up against Flavius Felix and had the man tried and executed along with his wife and son-in-law. For Boniface, who was in North Africa, Aetius had to get a little bit more creative. He started by instilling the idea in Galla Placidia's head that Boniface was starting a revolt in North Africa. He wanted her to recall him to Italy with the idea that if he came on his own accord, he would prove his loyalty. However, right before this conversation was had, he sent a note to Boniface indicating to him that Galla had already decided that he was going to be tried and executed as soon as he came back. So naturally, Boniface didn't come back. And as a result, Galla had no choice but to deem him a rebel and strip him of his military command. Aetius must have truly thought at this point, hey, I'm doing a pretty good job here. One of my rivals is killed off, the other one has been exiled to North Africa. But, as fate would have it, in the year 429, another group of barbarians invaded North Africa, a group known as the Vandals, and Boniface did his part to hold on to Roman-held territory. In fact, he did such a good job that his name was cleared. Galla Placidia reinstated his command, asked him to come back to Italy to assume command of all military forces, and then went so far as to give Boniface the honorary title of patrician. Now, that last part was just an honorary title. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, except when it comes from a woman like Galla Placidia, because her message was clear. She wanted Boniface to be numero uno, and she would rather be dead than ever give a title like that to a Cretan like Aetius. The writing was pretty clear on the wall. Aetius knew that his options were limited and that he would have to have direct confrontation with Boniface if he was to achieve anything. Now, I love Christopher Kelly's account of Boniface's homecoming. He states, and I quote, Aetius on campaign in France hurried back to Italy to challenge his newly promoted rival. Suspecting this, Galla had urged Boniface never to travel without a large bodyguard. The clash took place in late 432 outside the town of Ariminium, which is modern-day Raminia, 30 miles down the coast from Ravenna. This was an intensely personal conflict. In the middle of the battle, the two Roman generals faced each other. It was later rumored that, in an anticipation of confronting his rival, Aetius had ordered his lance to be lengthened so that he could attack while remaining out of reach of Boniface's sword. Aetius, it was said, had no intention of offering a fair fight, especially if that meant compromising his chances of killing his opponent. In the struggle, Boniface was fatally wounded, and Aetius forced to flee. Galla Placidia had given Boniface good advice. His troops had defeated Aetius's men, yet even she had not foreseen that in single combat, Aetius might cheat to win. End quote. Less than honorable, but as the old adage goes, all's fair in love and war. This actually brings to mind a story that I read about in Jeff Shahara's book, The Rising Tide. He has a conversation between Eisenhower and one of his subordinates where he's talking about Patton and a war game exercise. He states, and I'm paraphrasing here, Georgie commanded the 2nd Armor. He won the day, pulled a pretty neat trick, got into the enemy camp, took the prize. The official observers said that what he did was impossible, turned the whole event up on its ear. Nobody could figure out how he did it. To which his subordinate says, well, how'd he do it? Eisenhower responds, he cheated. took his armor across country outside the designated boundaries. He'd made a deal with private gasoline stations along the country roads, paid for the gas with his own money, so I was told, planned it all out in advance. To which Eisenhower's subordinate stands aghast and he asks, he cheated? To which Eisenhower responds, he won. I think it was this kind of determination that Aetius held in abundance, because what he was about to do next would be even more daring. He had lost control of his forces, his army was decimated by Boniface, he had to flee, and the place that he fled to was into Hun territory. He made a gamble. He was hoping that his Hun connections would allow him to raise yet another Hun army and again march on the Western Roman Empire. Rua was still the king of the Huns at this particular point in time, and he wanted nothing to do with Aetius's plan. At the very most, he gave Aetius a small contingent force of cavalrymen and basically told him to go on his way. So what happens when Plan A fails? Well, you go to Plan B, which in this case was probably the most outrageous gamble of Aetius's life. He took this small contingent force back to the Roman Empire and demanded a private audience with Galla Placidia. Aetius was calculating that his reputation for military prowess combined with his reputation for having close ties with the Huns would be enough to convince Galla Placidia that he had yet another Hun army under his sleeve, when in reality his army consisted of the few horsemen that surrounded him. Galla Placidia was no fool, but I wonder what her thought process must have been like at this point in time, because she truly had him. All she had to have done was done the proverbial imperial thumbs down, her army would have jumped on top of him, and by nightfall Aetius could have been executed. But for her, there was always that nagging question of what if Aetius might have been actually telling the truth, and right behind him or around the corner there was a large Hun army waiting to attack. This comes across, at least to me, as if it was some sort of surreal, fantastic game of poker. Except you don't win money, you win the Western Roman Empire. And if you lose, you end up dead. Just the kind of game that a man like Aetius loved to play. And he got lucky. Galla Placidia bought into it. She reinstated him as supreme commander of all military forces. She even gave him the rank of patrician. And Aetius, a man that not only likes to play games of luck and chance, but he was also a guy who held grudges. He made it a point to buy Boniface's old house. He actually married Boniface's widow, and then he proceeded to bed said widow in said house. What a delightful way to end a grudge, no? Now, this brings us up to the year 434, which is the year that Attila and Bleda assumed command of the Huns. And so instead of having just one megalomaniac coming to power, now you have two. And both of them had an agenda. Aetius was the first to make a move. In 436, he had a group of barbarians in Gaul that he just didn't like. They were called the Burgundians. They were actually quite fierce warriors, and he couldn't quite subdue them. So he went to Attila with the proposition that, hey, let's attack these guys together. I'll throw in some money, you throw in some troops, and why don't we just have a party out of it? Strategically, it made a lot of sense to both men. For Aetius, he'd have the ability to secure Roman lands in Gaul and subdue a potentially violent group of barbarians. For Attila, it made even more sense, because he had plans on attacking the Eastern Roman Empire, and he realized very early on something that the Germans of World War I and even World War II didn't pick up on, which is you don't fight a two-front war. And he figured that if he could attack the Burgundians, he could neutralize them, secure lands along his side of the Rhine, and he would have a free hand to do whatever he wanted to after that. This campaign began in earnest with Roman troops marching alongside their Hun allies. And for the Romans, I'm sure it must have been like having a rabid wild dog that you can teach how to sick on your enemies. Because that's exactly what the Huns would do. Every time they would come across a Burgundian settlement, the Romans would attack, but the Huns would take it a step further. They would systematically hunt down man, woman, and child. It didn't make any difference to them. It's about this time when you also started hearing reports of Huns finding other Hun deserters within the Burgundian ranks, and loyalty was perhaps one of their most precious commodities, so For these people, they would have them impaled on giant poles, and they would impale them in such a way that sometimes these men wouldn't die right away, but would languish in agony for days on end before death would finally take them. The Romans didn't seem to care. They turned a deaf ear towards all of this. As long as the job was getting done, it seemed like they allowed the Huns to do whatever they wanted to. And so what began as subduing a group of barbarians turned into ethnic cleansing. By the end of the year, 30,000 Burgundians were dead. And Aetius didn't want to stop there. He wanted to attack other groups in order to solidify his power in Gaul. Thus, this campaign went on for 3 years. Now, the Huns didn't stick around for all of that. They had had their fill of raping and pillaging and destroying and stealing whatever they could steal, and most of them went back into Hun territory. But a couple of them stayed behind to observe what the Romans were going to do. The Romans opted to finish an old score with the Visigoths. They wanted them wiped out. They went into southern France and laid siege to their capital at Toulouse. Aetius put a man by the name of Lurks in charge of this particular army, but Lurks was no Aetius. He couldn't get the job done, and in fact, that particular army was actually wiped out. Lurks was put to death. But let me ask you, what do you think the Huns got out of this? Because again, they had observers watching this going on. We need to evaluate this both at a strategic and also a tactical level, because I think Attila gained a tremendous amount out of this endeavor. From a strategical perspective, he gained the following things. Number one, he was able to secure his western border. Number two, he was able to wipe out, or at least nearly wipe out, the Burgundians and eliminate a potential threat. Number three, he was able to have a free hand to attack the Eastern Roman Empire if he wished. Number four, he was able to secure lands along his side of the Rhine. And number five, he was able to secure his friendship with Aetius and the Western Roman Empire. Tactically, I think the Huns gained even more, because they were able to watch how the Romans acted in the field of battle. They were actually able to see how Roman forces maneuvered, etc. But even more important than that was when the Romans came across a barbarian fixed settlement, which included their siege at Toulouse, because the Romans started bringing out weapons that were still a little new to the Huns, and these included things like catapults and battering rams and siege towers. And trust me, the Huns wrapped up these little nuggets of knowledge for later use. Remember how I mentioned to you earlier that when Rua and his Huns arrived at the gates of Constantinople, the walls were just too impregnable, they just didn't have the technology? Well, now, those imperial cities and those imperial walls didn't seem like such a hindrance anymore. But the